Tarik nafas dalam. Nama. Pelan-pelan keluarkan nafas. Sekarang bawa tangannya di dada. Ucapkan terima kasih kepada bumi ini, kepada Bali. Kirim positif energi kepada bumi dan dunia ini. Sekarang doa untuk ibu sendiri. Pertiwi Sarva Dewi Mahadewi Chaturasram Putari Sivam Sivyam Tripurwani Vasundari dan terima kasih kepada tempat ini. Bayangkan doa yang saya sampaikan di dalam hati. Oh, Adi Waya Padma Sana Eka Rati saya Ardan dari Suari Namo Oh Brahma Wisnu Iswara Dewa Tri Purusa sudah makam Tri Dewa Tri Selalu memberkati menuliskan di mana Lansa Om Awikenam Astu Tadastu Astu Swaha Santi Santi
Start? We're on? Okay. Well, welcome again, everyone, to the World Peace Prayer. We'll wait for just one more minute so everyone is comfortable, seated. Do you mind? We're just going to start. We'll just wait for everyone to be seated. Welcome again, everyone. This is Martin. Today's prayer is 8 hours, but we can have 8 hours. But of course, we welcome any prayer warriors to be here the whole time. I think there's so much in the world. And so this prayer today is really dedicated to all the people, the nations in the world who are currently in a situation of conflict. And it's also a time where we enough all the intentions in which you know people are directly affected. It's also really powerful to pray for the people you know. So also our prayers are targeted, of course, to the people. And I'll let Suzanne start with prayer party. It's a really introspective event, and any emotion we feel connect, so we can really be amplified still and also be reflect the living that perfect. That's important. So everything is possible for prayers, and I think it's available here. We have to believe that.
So I was born and raised in Iran, and as you all know, within the last year in the area of Middle East, my hometown, specifically children and women have been really affected. They shed a lot of tears. It was very tough times. Now, again, in a neighboring country, I would like to offer a prayer in Farsi, my native language. The first one is a very short poetry by poet Sadi Shirazi, and it is a Persian poem emphasizing on unity of humanity. And it's the idea of when one part of the body representing the whole humanity suffers, the rest cannot be it. It encourages بنی آدم اعضای یکدیگرند که در آفرینش به یک گوهر. چه عضوی درد آورد روزگار، دیگر عضوها را نماند فرار. تو که از محنت دیگران بیغمی نشاید نامد آدم. The second prayer for this intro, start a prayer with some words dedicated to life, to women, life, freedom, to children, to all humanity. Let's just receive all the elements. زندگی همیشه خودش را به ما ثابت کرد که بعد از هر مرگی زندگی دوباره آغاز خواهد شد. بعد از هر تاریکی نور درخشان خواهد شد. بعد از هر راه گم کردن راه حقیقی آشکار خواهد شد. زندگی بزرگترین آینه و معلم ما در عمق زمانی که آخر خط به نظر می‌رسد. در آن دوران است که دارد ما را داد. در آن لحظات حقیقت زندگی را آشکار. وحدت ایجاد خواهد شد. در اینجاست که انسانیت را به ما وصل می‌کند. ما در این درد همیشه به هم پیوستیم. در این ظلم، در این بی‌عدالتی و بی‌انصافی، در این قلب شکستگی جهانی، در این غم اندوه و جمعی، برای کودکان بیگناه، برای سرکوب زنان قدرتمند، برای انکار کردن حق، ما به هم با وجود این همه تاریکی می‌پیوندیم برای آغاز تازه. می‌ایستیم برای زندگی دوباره، در جستجوی نور کهربا در میان خاکستر اکنون. ما همگی متحد شدیم برای آغاز.
Now we're going to welcome my beloved sister, Haifa. The sister who is joining us from Dubai and from Palestine.
Hello, Swati. Hello, everyone joining. I hope you can hear me well. I'm very happy to be here with you today, and thank you for the previous prayer. And yeah, nothing is more powerful than different people from different walks of life gathering for one reason, which is to pray and help raise our own vibration and that of the world through us. And I'm here today to talk about, what it feels like to be a Palestinian, and then hopefully wrap it up with a prayer. So like Swati mentioned, my name is Haifa. I always say like high five. And I'm based in Dubai, Palestinian originally. My family is actually from Gaza, where everything is happening right now. So although I grew up watching the news and seeing these not so good news of how many, people got killed and all of that, but something really feels different about what's happening right now. I'll be very honest. I'm going to speak to you like a human. I'm not going to sugarcoat much, just going to come with my truth. In the beginning, I was very confused. And at the same time, with everything that's happening, I was hopeful and trying to be hopeful. And I think I was also in denial that this is happening, like a live genocide in front of us in Gaza. And every day I'm like, please let it stop, please let it stop. And it wasn't stopping. So yesterday, actually witnessed one of the toughest nights because all electricity were cut. I think they got support from soldiers from other countries, from the US, and they entered on ground as well. So yeah, we do have some direct family members who were killed. One of them is a doctor, actually, who was in his pharmacy. So his pharmacy got bombed. So yeah, it's tough. Like the pain is real. And for a lot of us, the Palestinian diaspora around the world, one thing we talk about, but I feel not just Palestinians, like, other people I meet tell me the same thing, where doing anything now comes with a feeling of guilt, like a shower because they can't do that, they cut off water. If I'm eating, it's just weird. And I sit here and I eat with my mom and she's watching the news, and I don't know, there's a sense of betrayal that comes with it just for me to live a normal life, a good life. And my positive brain, you know, thinks in a way where I'm like, I just wish things can stop so we can go and help build things with them. I have my eyes on people that I want to like fly to Dubai or fly with them, but I don't know if they're going to make it alive, and I'm not sure what's happening. One of the biggest learnings of what's happening for me with what's happening is the importance of individual leadership and us waking up to what is so clearly being seen as like political games. And if they really turn us against each other within our hearts and our minds, then we really did lose the battle in that way. I always say you can try to occupy my land, but you cannot occupy my heart and my brain. And as a traveler, I always traveled, and I spoke of stories of being Palestinian. I wear this kufiya. So this kufiya is something that we wear growing up. We see our grandparents wearing. I saw it my grandmother. And if you Google it, you know, Google tells you this is what terrorists wear, because I don't know who keeps putting this terrorist narrative. We are not like that at all. We're actually lovely people who like to eat and are generous. I would like to tell you what the kufi actually means. So while they call it for terrorists, this is a fisherman net. So it's about the connection between fishermen and the Mediterranean Sea. This one, like a straight line, represents the trade route within Palestine because it was known to be great with business and travel. It was such a connector. And then this is a sign of resilience. So when we wear it, we wear all these hopes. We keep the smell of the land, since many of us are denied entry and cannot go there. So we try to hold on to anything. A lot of people, actually, if you go to like authentic Palestinian houses, you see a symbol of a key, because when a lot of people were displaced during 1948, they kept the symbol of the key with them. So we hold on to that. We hold on to the memories. We hold on to the music. Every Palestinian music sounds double. Like I can hear the beat double more. The food, I can hear it. The little things mean a lot. When everything that first happened, it scared me that the narrative is changing a lot, especially when celebrities just jumped on board and started sharing only a one-sided story, while we know a lot of the sides because we live it. But I think with the more days the genocide took place, more people were educated and got to know about it. I think this is a situation where somebody needs to learn about it. Like as Palestinians, this is what we ask the world to do, or individuals like me and you. So yeah, because the narrative we feel is one of the things that is also stolen from us, and that is biased. So everybody who truly knows us and sees us and prays for us, it means a lot. I wanted to thank everybody that is speaking up. Sometimes it's not easy, so it means a lot. And I wanted us to pray for the families that right now are under a lot of fear and grief, for them to be supported by angels and each other, and to be held, and to find hope and joy within all of what's happening. I want to pray for people outside to keep being strong and calling for a ceasefire. And lastly, I want to pray for the leaders, for their heart to soften, for them to see the light, for the light to penetrate their hearts, to quit these games that they're playing on humans and humanity, And let us just live and dance on these lands like we're meant to be. Drink pure water, not intoxicated water. So yeah, thank you so much for having me today. And yeah, thank you, Swati, for putting this together.
She's asking me to unmute. So I'm guessing that because of the technical difficulties, I'm supposed to start talking. Is that what you want me to do? I'm happy to do so. Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Rebecca Granger Ellis, and I am excited to be here today. I think, can you all hear me? Is that okay? You can hear me okay? Just want to make sure that we're okay. Everyone can hear. Can you guys hear? Okay, super. So as we were saying, I love our call to action today because, as Swati said so beautifully, healing the conflict within ourselves, which is contributing to the conflicts outside of ourselves, and sharing tools for each of us to become active change makers for humanity is critical. And we live in times of high levels of terror, just as sharing, and aggression and stress and trauma. And yet we have a remarkable ability to adapt and actively cope and persist resiliently in the face of high stress states. But I'm sure we are all experiencing these days is that this is extremely difficult. We are co-regulating with the trauma and stress of others. Like all of our speakers today, and I'm sure most of you attending in person and online, that leading fundamental shifts to address today's most pressing global challenges, building resilient societies and communities, this has been our life's work. And for me, like you all here, my journey started very personal, and understanding how to heal from childhood trauma. I began studying brilliant minds and individuals who committed acts of mass violence, and really trying to understand, could it have been prevented? How do we support early neural development? Which then, as all knowledge seeking goes, led to a wormhole of work and study in neuroscience and neurobiology at Johns Hopkins, where we were really trying to unravel how our brain learns and develops and functions, and how can we not only mitigate the harm and damage from childhood adversity in the brain, but how do we encourage development? How do we build future fit brains? How do we, we know the children of today are going to be the parents and leaders of tomorrow, but how do we keep from always working reactively? How do we begin to be very proactive in creating future resilient societies? Almost an inoculation of sorts, but children who do not pass on the biases and belief systems, generational wars, or violence or harm, both to themselves and to others. And we were fascinated with understanding why we have so many child and youth education programs and tools in schools and peace education, global education, social emotional learning, moral ethical development, but they don't work. None have shown lasting results. In fact, research shows that children and youth can even answer questions with high-level moral and ethical reasoning in dilemma stories or lessons or aptitude tests, but they actually cannot apply it in real-life behavior and choices. And so we were trying to understand, why is this not creating lasting developmental change? And we don't have time to delve into what we discovered. You can message me for the research, but we first needed to understand, how does the brain develop its structure and functioning in those key neuroplastic years, those early childhood years? And how is it actually remarkably different if our brain is developed during adversity in childhood? But also equally important, I think, is how do we work towards the middle? How do we help current adults, right? So reactively begin to adapt and form new insights and rewire their brain, this term neuroplasticity that we hear a lot. But this understanding that we can continue to build our own adaptive intelligence, because we are the models of co-regulation for children. And with this neuroscience research, we developed what we call the foundations of social cohesion and cultural dialogue. And the reason I'm sharing this is because over the past 5 years with UNICEF and the World Bank and the Western Balkans, we've been putting theory into practice, because we have a lot of theories, but really understanding, how do you put it into practice? And most importantly, how do you put that into impact at scale? So trained and supported long-term over 3,000 teachers, caregivers, child psychologists, professors. And I know I'm not sharing anything new with everyone here, but change is difficult and peace it's complicated. So when we're asking people to sit across the table from someone who has killed their father or raped their mother, or they personally have the physical scars of violence on their bodies, and we are asking them to consider changing their perspective or behaviors for the sake of future generations, this isn't easy. It isn't easy to get ourselves, much less others, into that frame of mind. And how do we then get adults who we think maybe aren't capable of cognitive flexibility, but they are? Every brain is capable of cognitive flexibility, but how do we help them find that one unlock? Whether, no matter the conflicting mindsets that they've come to the table with, is there something we can find that we can share as a mutual core emotion of humanity? How can we find that? Because then human brains do the beautiful thing of beginning to co-regulate. So my hope for today is just to share a little bit of what we know about the brain and what we've learned from our work in post-war countries, if that's okay. It's a little odd because I feel like I'm talking to myself. So I can see you guys on the screen. So I'm just going to keep delving into it. But I think the first thing I would say is that there's this old adage, we say it a lot, that knowledge is power. And if that's the case, then what is the knowledge that we need? And first, I would say that we need to understand how our brains are able to really be flexible and adapt. How are we able to gain new learnings and insights? How do we understand when we are stuck in hyperconnectivity loops that are preventing us from being able to see another person's perspective, or preventing us from understanding with empathy or imagining a different future? And how can we very quickly actually change that for ourselves? How do we regulate our nervous system and regulate our neural system? And for us, we need the neurobiology tools. We need to learn how to activate those specific brain and body techniques where we can activate empathy, perspective taking, ethical reasoning, emotional regulation, and effective communication of these things, both for ourselves and our children and our communities and our world. And I think the understanding about our own brains and our own ability to continuously change our brain and our mind is critical for the breakthroughs that we're praying for today, critical for these new insights that we're seeking, because we need to understand not only how to regulate ourselves, we like to try to regulate others, but to regulate ourselves first so that we can then learn how to help other humans regulate, how we can help other people rewire and develop new neural pathways, new mental models, new ways of interacting with our world and for our future generations. And I know that these are big questions to hold, but learning is powerful. And I'm honored to be here with fellow changemakers. And I know we're on a tight schedule today, so I'm going to just very briefly start with a few very critical understandings of how we can help rewire ourselves so we can help to begin co-regulating with others for real change and transformation. First thing that's really important is that we don't have different brains. I know that we've talked about how we've read in the past how you have, a different area of your brain for surviving, or there's an area of your brain for feeling and an area of brain for thinking, and none of that is true. You do not have a lizard brain or an animal brain or an emotional brain. You do not have a limbic system for emotions. No, your amygdala does not hijack your brain. All of these things are myths. You don't have a left side of your brain that is logical or a right side that is creative. You do not have a language region or visual cortex. Those are all myths. Our brains do not work that way. Bad behavior is not animalistic or an instinctive brain response, and good behavior isn't the result of rational or responsible thinking. Those two things, rationality and emotion, are not at war in our brains, and they're not in separate parts of our brain. They are all electrical and chemical signals. There are no soft skills and there are no hard skills. There's no such thing. The data from our world is interpreted as emotion and sensory data in the brain. We feel, therefore we think and learn. Cognition and affect, they're not separated. They're not in different parts of the brain. They're not in different neural connections. Our brains are so intricately interwoven, interconnected, and interdependent neural hubs of constant chemical and electrical activity. Your brain doesn't have a system 1 for quick, instinctive, reflexive thinking, or a system 2 for long, deep thought processes. That's a metaphor. We don't have growth mindsets or fixed mindsets. Our brains are remarkably adaptable, malleable, and neuroplastic for our entire lives. Our brain is a complex adapted network of more than 128 billion intricately connected neurons functioning, firing, and wiring as one flexible system. So as humans, we're wired to adapt. In fact, babies are born with twice as many neural connections as you and I have, but none of them are fully formed. So as a species, we are wired with the full range of adaptability for what we need to adapt to any environment, culture, language, system, structure. And we're wired to be able to model to any type of adult in that world. And our brain in those critical years, 0 to 7, prunes or destroys any of the neural connections it does not use or see modeled in those key neuroplastic years. If we understand plasticity, we understand the ability of every brain to rapidly adapt and create new neural connections. And how do we form these new things we call insights? So how does the brain have an aha moment of all of a sudden letting go of an old prior model and embracing new thinking and a new interpretation of the data, or a new perspective, or a new prediction? Our brains are remarkably adaptive, and so are our minds. So this concept of a mindset or a belief system or the othering that we've been taught to think and see other humans through that lens, we can change in anyone. Our brain, that's my timer. Our brain is constantly tuning and pruning throughout our lives. So we're always creating, tuning, and destroying, pruning neural pathways. We're always forming thought and behavior for our outside world. So the thought and behavior patterns our brain uses to make decisions, make predictions, choose actions, your mind, and relates us to the outside world. Okay. I know that's a lot. Why is this so important? Why is she telling us all of this? I'm glad you asked. Because Dr. DeSeed Roth, he's a professor in Stanford, and he said something which I think is so powerful that it really sticks with me. And he says, we really don't know how other people feel at all. In fact, most of the time, we don't even truly know how we feel. How good are we at gauging our own emotional states? Take a minute and just think about it. How good are you on a daily basis at gauging your constant fluctuating emotional states? How good are you at labeling them? How good are you at communicating them to others and for ourselves? How good are we at asking ourselves, is my past trauma response activating or coloring my current thought processes? Am I interpreting current situations with my thinking patterns from past trauma? If we understand that our actions and experiences are created in multiple dynamic ways, our brain's multitude of interacting parts is always collaborating and coordinating into new patterns of thinking and activity. So like each time you feel afraid or each time you feel anxious, your brain can construct that feeling and interpretation with a completely different set of neurons each time, and each time differently. Your brain doesn't have a memory of files. It refires chemical and electrical activity over different neural connection. This complexity is what we call the mind. Your brain's ability to configure and reconfigure itself all the time in an enormous number of distinct patterns. Why is this important? Because that's what allows us to have a flexible mind that can imagine a future that is very different from the present. Every brain has this capability. So how do we heighten it? How do we help others heighten it? How do we get out of our own hyperconnectivity loops, right? So we're stuck in these reinforcing neural pathways. And how do we engage that full complexity and flexibility of our brain? And how do we help others get out of a hyperconnective thought pattern and into a place where they can imagine a different future and develop a new perspective? I'm going to pause because you're giving you a lot of information, hopefully some of it useful, but I'm also aware from an attention neuroscience perspective that you're only going to be able to retain about 50% of what I'm saying, but happily Swati's recording this. So I'm delighted if you are just listening and relaxing and allowing your brain to start to think about as much of this as possible. We don't have time to go into all the rest of it, of the understandings of the brain, the mind, and learning. But one thing I think it is important is for us to understand that it is useless to try to change someone's thoughts. Can I say that again? It's actually useless to try to change someone's thoughts. That's not how the brain works. So what we can do is provide new spotlights of attention, new experiences where the brain experiences a bit of cognitive disequilibrium. It's a little off to how it perceived the world before, and it can begin to modify itself, producing neurochemicals to create new learning and new perceptions through very specific actions. Okay. But oftentimes, especially when really trying to be change makers and peacemakers, we're struggling to try to change someone's thinking, especially through conversation. How many of you have done that? If you think about this week, how many of you have tried to change someone else's thinking through telling them about it and conversation? And how many of that is actually ever really effective is important. Because our greatest ability as humans is actually that we can co-regulate with other brains without words. Our ability to be neuroplastic and how we use this to create really massive ripple effects is actually how we regulate our nervous system so we can regulate our neural systems and our neuroendocrine neural systems. So it's definitely an oversimplification of what we can do is first to understand, one, how our stress response triggers our sympathetic nervous system. So when we're stressed and it's biological, we're triggered instinctively. Seeing something on the news, hearing someone else say something stressful triggers our body system. We're wired as a tribe, as a herd to care for one another. But what happens is that triggers a loss of top-down regulation in our brain. What that means is we have decreased prefrontal, medial frontal activity, reduced executive functioning during stress, and increased activation of high emotional and behavioral reactivity. Basically, when we see people who aren't being neuroflexible, it's very specific. We can see it in their brain that they're displaying even higher maladaptive behaviors, very erratic, very maladaptive coping behaviors, because their brain, when we're stressed or we predict a threat, and I said predict because it doesn't have to be an actual threat, right? It's just a story our brain has told itself, or it's a story generationally we've been told about other people. And so what happens is when our brain has told itself, it's predicted that there may be an actual threat, it floods our body with cortisol and adrenaline and all of these hormones and neurotransmitters to activate our brain and body because it believes it's about to use a great deal of its resources. But what it does is it suppresses the neuromodulators of dopamine and serotonin, which allow the neural connections to flow and function smoothly. And that can begin to block functioning. That's a really scientific way of saying it's unbelievably hard not to be biologically triggered when others are in a stress response, because that's how we're wired as a species to protect and survive. But what happens is when we're co-regulating, when we see and hear the trauma of others, and I'm going to say that again because that's happening to a lot of us right now, that when we are seeing and hearing the trauma of others, what happens in our brain is it refires over our own trauma neural pathways. And it refires as if it's happening again. So what happens when we hear someone else's stress and trauma, or we see it or we read about it, is that it activates in our brain as if it is now our own lived experience. And that's very hard for us because when that happens, we're triggered into that very stress protect response. And our brain loses the capability to have perspective taking. So we lose the ability to see it from another's perspective. So once we've been triggered into our own trauma memory by someone else's trauma, then we then become just as blocked, if you will, in the fact that we can't take perspective any longer. So we can't see how someone else would think they're a victim or how someone else would feel violence was perpetrated against them. We can't see how someone else would feel justified out of protection for themselves because we're feeling that for us. And when that happens, our ability to stay calm and regulated, our ability to create peace, our ability to help others find perspective or find new insights becomes very limited because we ourselves are now triggered into our own hyperconnectivity from past trauma. We call it kind of a hyperconnective loop. So the brain gets stuck in a neural connection that is too connected, hyperconnectivity. And what happens is we've then lost what we would call top-down regulation. Our brain loses the ability to regulate its emotions, to take someone else's perspective, to error check. Do I have all the information? Do I have this wrong? Is that really what I'm seeing? Is that really what I'm hearing? Reality testing. Is the story I've told myself really true? And so what happens is we see this othering. We see other people becoming the enemy and the dehumanization of others because the brain has lost the ability to actually take perspective, check for errors, test for reality, and letting go of a well-established neural pathway in the brain is very hard for our brain. It uses a lot of energy and resources to have to form a new neural pathway, to think differently. That's why people don't. It's much easier for the brain. It uses a lot less of those valuable energy and resources if it just uses the same pathway every time. And so having to go and build a new pathway to no longer see someone as an enemy or to no longer hold on to fear and hatred and all of the things that we feel as a response to what's happened in our lives, that causes additional anxiety and fear. So that keeps us stuck in kind of that hypocoherent, hypercomplex loop. And so in positions, the most important is in positions of times of stress, we're not going to be able to understand the viewpoint of someone else. We're not going to be able to understand or have empathy or take perspective because those areas of the brain have limited executive functioning and certain processing capabilities because our urgency alarm has been activated and our brain is holding on to really important resources because it thinks it needs to fight or flight or freeze or fawn or flop. There's a lot of stress responses. But this is the most important, is that particularly after acts of violence, even peaceful people no longer want to envision peace. They no longer want to get together and imagine a different future or create something different. And that's because we're co-regulating as human beings. And our trauma pathways, our trauma neural memories, our neural activity hubs that were formed during our own trauma are now being refired on. We're going down that highway again. And so it triggers it as if we are reliving it again currently in the brain and the body. And so our nervous system is triggered into revisiting our own neural pathways, and it's refiring over those neural connections as if the trauma is happening currently to us, which is why we find it hard. If you've ever had a really difficult time of being able to be in the middle and take perspectives of both sides and have empathy for both sides, or to really stay calm and not be activated by someone else's reactions and feelings, it's because we need to understand that that's beautiful about who we are as human beings, that we co-regulate so quickly and biologically, we can't control it. It happens before you know it and you can't stop it. That even the most adaptive individuals, we can be very advanced and peaceful, mediation, adaptive intelligence, super advanced in perspective taking and empathy. But once we are triggered by fear or anxiety, or even an emotional response to someone else's emotional response, as a species, our brain then limits top-down regulation. So we have limited executive functioning, very heightened emotional and behavioral actions, right? So even peacemakers who we've trained ourselves to be biologically wired to really active stress response systems, we can't prevent it, but knowledge is power. Because if we understand what's happening in our brains and bodies, we can just as easily flip our nervous system back into the parasympathetic. So I am going to close by saying that we can just as easily flip our nervous system back into the parasympathetic with all the tools people are going to teach you today, the mindfulness, breathing, a lot of the things. There's so many tools we use, EFT, etc. Because what you're doing is you're using your vagus nerve to activate those neurochemicals where you can access perspective taking, empathy, moral reasoning, higher order executive functioning, and we can override those current biological, physical, and mental stress responses. The reason why this is so important is because, number one, for us to start lovingly questioning ourselves. When there's times of violence, when there's times of high emotional stress, to start questioning ourselves, our attitudes, our own belief systems, and saying, what could be done differently? Am I limiting my own superhuman capabilities of creation and innovation and being able to imagine a future different from the present? Our ability to co-regulate as a species is remarkable. After a few minutes of being next to one another, we begin to co-regulate. Our heartbeats will begin to match. Our breathing will synchronize without any spoken word. If we are working to solve a problem together or we're thinking aloud, on an MRI, you see the same neural networks of our brains will become active with electrical and chemical activity. If we understand the power of being able to regulate ourselves so that we can co-regulate peace with others, then you can tap into your own human superpower. Because if we understand how quickly someone else's stress biologically triggers us into stress, then you can understand that that exact same brain body ability you can use to realize you've been in the sympathetic. You can do a parasympathetic activating strategy. You can keep yourself regulated. And by simply co-regulating with the other person, breathing together, thinking out loud to solve a problem together, keeping your breath slow, keeping your heart calm, they will begin to match yours. There's a great untapped resource and a power of understanding if we can regulate ourselves, then we are able to regulate with someone else. And that ability can create massive change. The more we understand about our brains and bodies as a species, the more we don't have to be thrown into wars and violence because of co-regulation. We can flip it and learn how to co-regulate where we interpret our world with peace. It's the same trigger. It's the same function. It's the vagus nerve and your nervous system that control your neural functioning. And if we can understand how we interpret our world, the more we can understand each other and how to interpret each other, the more we can understand how to regulate our own conflicts, our own sympathetic activation stress response, our own hyperconnectivity loops that were developed in our own adversity and trauma, the more we can help others get out of theirs as well. But as we say, the old adage, and Rumi, it's my favorite, but that you have to start with yourself. Once you're wise, you understand that when you can regulate your own nervous system and do it so powerfully that people around you are now co-regulating with your nervous system and not the other way around, there's great power in understanding how we relate to each other. And so on that note, I'm going to turn it over back to, I think, Swati. Thank you so much. I'm super excited to continue co-regulating, even though we're virtual, with the rest of you today, and to begin really encouraging all of us that there's great power in understanding our brains and the brains of others. And there's great power in unpicking that we don't have to apply labels and judgment and say that people have a fixed mindset or there's this othering or that they're the enemy, when we're all just stuck in hyperconnective loops, that if we could co-regulate in a parasympathetic state, we could find our higher order executive functionings as a society and as human beings.
You can switch the screen. You can, yeah. Sorry, we're still, okay. We have a little bit of a delay. Let's see. Okay. Thank you so much, Rebecca. I think we have a little bit of a delay between, sorry, okay. I'm sorry, I'm just going to need help. I think we're out of the Zoom here. And so we can't actually see. Yeah, okay. For me, this is one of the most important messages, and I just want to repeat a few key takeaways. I think, Rebecca, one of the things you said is that it is useless to try to change someone's thoughts. And I think that is absolutely important, because in this time when the world is so polarized, we spend a lot of time debating and thinking that sharing information and convincing is actually going to change something radically. But what we find is actually depletes us of our vital force and our energy. What you shared is that instead of trying to convince other people, is to start first regulating ourselves. And in that, we actually have the power to co-regulate with others. And this is why practices such as Rebecca said, meditation, prayer, getting together and really envisioning a different possibility is extremely important. And I hope that for everyone who's here, who has listened, please do share with your networks, because if we have more people co-regulating regularly, we have more people. Sorry, we're still adjusting with the technology. Thank you for being so patient and kind with us. And I think it works. Yes. Good. Okay. Yeah, and then the last thing also, just to reaffirm what Rebecca said, and is that each time we are seeing images or engaged in certain traumatic, the other message I would have for all of us here, but also for all our friends and networks, is just also to balance the time that we spend watching images and being re-traumatized and being engaged in things that are traumatizing. Once we know what is going on, we can actually just tune into the field of co-regulation and peace. And so with that, once we have the technology all set, we're just going to welcome another sister, Bobby Vogel, who's currently in Ibiza. And we'll use also this time for anyone who needs to go out, come in, set, just to do, because the next speaker is going to be a channel message. So you'll see that throughout the day, because it's a long time, and prayer is different format, of course. Prayer is also sharing, as we just had, to actually inspire our ways of being and even our ways of praying, our ways of showing up differently. So we're getting all this making tools, but we're all us in healing anything inside of ourselves that are creating roots for conflict. Co-regulation we're talking about. And we're also going to have some channeled messages. So Carlin, okay, so we're just having a few movements. And I will just ask that when we start the next session, we actually don't move because we really need the energy. We're moving from the field of, receiving information to a field of really participating with all of our. Let me know, just to let me know when we're good. So maybe in the meantime, can I call on my sister Hasna? Hasna, do you want to maybe share before we get Bobby online? Maybe we can have a little bit of just a singing, just to harmonize, everyone, and just get back into a field of prayer. So we'll just ask everyone who's in, take a seat, be comfortable, as we're just going to start.
First of all, I just want to say what a blessing it is to be here, to co-regulate with all of you. And it makes me think of a narration that talks about when one or two people or two or more people gather together in divine remembrance, how we know that the Most High is present with them. And so it's so beautiful just to gather with this intention of prayer and know that every one of us is linked with the desire to call in that which is of the highest, that which is of blessings, peace, tranquility, harmony, so on and so forth. So we know that the greatest prayer is gratitude. Everything is more tender. Like every moment feels that much more sacred, like sitting with someone, hugging someone. Just in light of what Rebecca was mentioning before, I experienced everything she was talking about until I had an opportunity to gather with Sawadi this week and a few other brothers and sisters. And I threw into the fire, like my intention before we were in, I would say, in ceremony. We set the intention that whatever was not serving, that we throw into the fire. And my intention that would prevent me from being of service or that would not serve the collective. And I'm telling you, brothers and sisters, literally the next day, I felt a shift. I was talking to some of my acquaintances, brothers, sisters from Israel, and just also my Palestinian brothers and sisters. And I just felt different. I felt able to listen more. I felt able to empathize more. And so we know prayer is powerful. Intentions are powerful. Things into the space. These are just verses that are connected to the names and attributes of the Creator. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم الله لا إله إلا هو الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يؤوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم صدق الله العظيم.
We're going to welcome now. Thank you, Hasna, for this beautiful prayer. Beautiful. Been very blessed to have Hasna for sister for many years. And Hasna actually lived several years in Yemen and had to leave Yemen in a very abrupt and traumatic way. Literally, she had to be taken out because the war had just started. So yeah, and we haven't been able to return since. And we all know what's going on in Yemen. So as you're here, we're having particularly all the people of Yemen, my sister Shadia also is from Yemen, and people who have basically lived mostly a life without peace. And all your Palestinian friends, because you also went to a Palestinian school. So Hasna, we're carrying all your brothers and sisters in prayer, and also people from Israel. Obi, you're on.
Hi. So the internet is really, you know, on and off. So I'm just gonna go ahead as if everything is fine, okay? You guys are in the red. So let's all just take some nice deep breaths in through the nose to kind of bring us in before we begin. In for 7. What we just heard is sending so much light. I wanted to share this morning, I woke up in my own prayer and meditation. And I ask the guides and God and all the powers that be, all the spirits on the other side, what is the most powerful message for all of us today? Everyone hearing this now, everyone hearing this in the future. And this is what came forward first, this Gospel of Thomas says, if you bring forth what is within you, what is within you will save you. And so this beautiful meditation comes forward. And we ask you to close your eyes. Try not to be distracted because we're going to do this vision together. All of us. Sit up as straight as you can. Begin again breathing in through the top of your head. Imagine light, portal opening, welcoming the light, welcoming peace, welcoming calm and love. Pulling it in to your own body, light. In for 7. Bringing yourself further and further within. We're not asking in this moment for any projections of energy outward. We're asking that you come inward. Focus on your own breath, on your own light, on your own peace with every single breath. In for 7. Moving that into your heart space. Moving the light and the calm and the peace into your heart space. Allowing any sounds, which might be a lot to ask for many, many people, to fade. Coming inward to safety, to your heart space. Where are you protected and loved and guided? Where only truth resides. You're loved, deeply loved. And in this space, you're safe because you're eternal. In this space, in your heart, you are eternal. There's nothing outside of yourself in this moment that can change that. So we ask that everyone, wherever you are, focus in, breathe in to this heart space. Lower your head. Hold your hands on your own heart. With your eyes closed. Three more breaths in, nice and calm. Where you're dearly loved, where all your power resides, it is eternal. All your wisdom. Now with the next breath in, see the beautiful color go from the light into the color of your heart, red, deep, deep, deep red, like you've never seen in physical form. Take your hands like this and start spreading the love first within your own being, within your own physical body first. Don't forget to breathe. Breath is life, eternal. Now imagine your light body, what is outside of your physical body, where your soul vibrates, resonates, resides. Now spread that red color of your heart where only love resides, where only the truth resides, that we are all connected. We are all colorless in spirit. Our soul knows the truth. All the souls that have crossed and who are on the other side joining us today know the truth. And we keep spreading the love and breathing it in and moving it out. And imagine, use your beautiful soul mind to expand the red light of your heart outside of your body now, 4 feet in front of you, behind you, above you, below you, all around you. Let it expand everywhere with ease. Breathe it. Breathe it into existence. Let your breath expand your heart space out. Use your breath now. Put your hands back on your heart. Use your breath and your intention. The intention to only from within yourself, where you're safe and all the truth resides, and you're deeply loved, where you are only loved. Use your breath to expand the love outward. Now see it just expanding. And now with the next breath, see yourself leaving your beautiful heart vibration resonance, connecting with every being, everything, the mother, the earth, the land, the animals, all the beings around you, all the souls around you who are also colorless. Let us just dissolve into that giant red vibration resonance. We continue to stay in our own space in this moment of rise. Breathe in and let yourself rise up out of the space, rise up out of the body that has color, that has religion, that sees borders, that sees power, the illusion that there's anything more powerful than any of us and all of us. Rise up and over. And now look around with eyes closed. See all of us here together. We call on the highest vibration of light Only light. Only light is allowed in this space. All other vibrations will be transmuted by the power of all of us in unity. Because where there is light, there cannot be dark. We are all connected here in unity, in light, colorless. Breathe to that. Breathe to that truth. It is not just a notion in this space where we all are hovering out of physical form. Look around. Look at how much we love each other. It's the essence of who we are. All we can see is that we are equal in power, which is infinite. Together, individually, it's all the truth. It's all the truth, the only truth. Let your heart feel the love as you look around with eyes closed. We're out of our physical mind, our limited human mind, where the thought that we need to seek power at such a degree that we are killing the ones that we love. The ones that we love are being killed. And they say, it's okay. We are here with you in power and in truth. We are here with you in light, not pain. Now we can be here with you in the power of the truth, in this vibration, in this moment, this resonance that can transmute the untruths. We can look down in this illusion of the physical and let us see borders dissolving. And the waking up and the knowing, the dropping in of the soul, the higher selves we're calling forward in this moment, all of us together in power and love. We call forward the higher self, the souls of the human minds that are being brought to believe that they do not love, that they are capable of anything but love. Call you forward now. Call you into this transmutation, into the light. Come into the light. I can feel how hard this is for some people. It's not hard for your soul because your soul knows the truth. Please breathe into the truth. Look at the power we have. Hold up your hands. Keep your eyes closed. Hold up your hands. See the light coming from our hands, emanating from our being, from our soul, from our light bodies. We call into the center, into the circle, all of those who are not operating anywhere in the world, on Mother Earth. We call you forward into the circle of light now. You love. You only love. You are only love. You are only loved. You are pure love. Nothing else is true. Any actions that are not of pure love must be transmuted. You don't believe it. You don't believe in what you're doing. You don't believe in hatred. Let us all look down, hover over the earth. And first, Mother Earth asks us in this moment, this is beautiful, that first we focus in, eyes closed, into the center of the earth, where the earth is projecting up only light towards us. From the center of the earth through the physical plane, where all the pain is happening, where there's a belief that there are structures and borders and colors. Mother Earth is sending light through that to amplify the untruth, so it can be seen by us in this moment, as we're all here together in love and light and only truth, in our colorless state of being, which is pure light, out of our chosen body, whatever color it is, our chosen gender, whatever that is. We're seeing with our light eyes only, with the eyes of the soul, with the eyes of the heart only. Breathe in, breathe through the challenge of that. You have the power to do it. We will wait a moment for you. Let's take a deep breath in for all the people feeling so much pain and so much fear and so much challenge that they're having a hard time fully joining in this space. We ask you to breathe into your power and your love. We have you. We're holding you. You're safe here. You are safe here. Come to where you're safe. Come to where your power is. Nobody can take that from you. It is eternal. Breathe in for the people in pain. Come join us. Come join us where in this moment, your soul, your light body in this moment doesn't need water or food or shelter. The shelter is all around you. You are surrounded by love and light. As the earth continues to shine the light and transmute the untruth, we're again asked, as we just keep holding the space for all beings to join us in light, no matter what you think of yourself. We ask you to join here, your highest being. Okay. Take some breaths in for 7 through the nose. This is very important, they say. All of us join our light hands. See the whole world, every being in physical form, every being out of physical form. We are spirit in body, spirit out of body, are all joined here. In the center of the circle, as we're transmuting any hate, any beings that are anything but love, we can look down with eyes closed. Any borders you see, as beautiful Mother Earth shines the light underneath. Kind of like a drawing table, if you need an analogy. If you've ever seen a sketching table, or where the light, you put the paper on the table and the light shines through and you can trace. Thank you. It's called tracing. Do you see all the lines trying to be traced right now? Beautiful, beautiful. Stay with it and keep breathing. Do you see the lines trying to be traced right now? We transmute with your mind, with your intention, with your pure power, with your love. No. Now we turn it to a Etch-a-Sketch, if you know, and we shake it. No. There are no borders, there's no color, there's no lines. That's not the truth. We can see with our powerful, sovereign mind from our higher self in unity with our human mind. In unity now with our human mind, we dissolve any barrier to the access of your higher self, your knowing. Breathe that in to collaboration with your human mind so that your eyes can see and your heart can see that there are no borders. There is no power greater than you, than all of us together. Continue to say no. We are safe. We are loved. Breathe into your sovereign mind, the mind that knows the truth, the mind that is connected to all things truth, pure power, pure love. You are the power. You are the love. The guidance is within you, always. The guidance is within you. You are the divine. You are the light. You are the peace. You are the love. You are the transmuter of anything other than that. That can never be taken away. It is eternal. There are no borders. There are no colors. There are no borders. There are no colors. You are safe and loved. Wherever you go, wherever you think you're going, wherever it looks like you have gone. Their hearts are eternal. They want you to hear that. In this moment, as we're bringing this to a close, because we want to leave you in this unified space. That the ones who have left us are here in pure light. And don't, they say, please do not let your rage, the illusion of hate, your heart cannot hate. Our hearts cannot hate. Do not let the rage consume your power. Breathe into your heart. Breathe into the truth. Breathe with them now. As they are in pure power, pure light here, guiding us. Let the directed hate dissolve, the intentional infliction. Because when we're in hate, we've lost our power. When we're in rage, we've lost our power. Do not lose your power. Do not lose your power. Do not give your power away. It is the greatest message. They are calm in saying this. They just want you to know they are calm in the message. It is not frantic. It is not pained. It is transmuting the fear and the angst and the terror. It is vital to transmute that energy. Thank you, Mother Earth, Father Sky, all the ancestors, all the beings here, all the beings on the other side, leading us and guiding us. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your message. Thank you for your power. Thank you for your love. Thank you for your guidance. So it is. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bobby. So it's such a powerful vision.
All right. Thank you guys so much.
Bless you, sister.
Bye.
Thank you to everyone. We're running a little bit behind, so we'll next will be Shams Tabriz, and the pleasure to have Shams Tabriz with us in person. So we alternate also a little bit between. Yes, please go ahead.
Welcome, Shams Tabriz. Shams Tabriz, originally from Canada, deeply connected to your name, a spiritual teacher of Rumi, author and spiritual channel for the Divine Feminine Collective. We will now be hearing prayers in a form of channeled message from Shams Tabriz. Thank you.
Rather than a preamble, I'll just go in. We're trying to respect the time and the space. And so I'll say my prayer, I let go, and then what comes through is yours to experience. Is there a way that this can be placed on the stand? Holy Father, Mother, God, Goddess, all that is, please fill me with your highest, finest frequencies. And let only that which is correct and appropriate to be given on this day be that which is expressed through me. And may I be a pure, clear crystalline channel. Thank you, and so be it. Dear ones, we come forth on this day in service to each one of you, in service to the intention that has been set for the upliftment of humanity, in service to the recognition of the light that is resident within each one of you, individually, collectively. Dear ones, we have said before, and we will continue to say it often, you are more than you perceive yourselves to be. Life itself is more than that which you perceive it to be. You have grown accustomed to perceiving things through your intellect and through that which is your human senses. And it is often your rational minds that guide you forward in life and that inform that which you are experiencing, that which you are seeing, that which you know. And dear ones, what we wish to invite you to consider is that your reality is transcendent. that in those quiet moments of prayer, in those quiet moments of watching a sunset, in those quiet moments of experiencing the intimacy of loved ones, that your experience transcends that which is of the normal workings of what we playfully refer to as the monkey mind. The invitation, dear ones, is that you free yourselves to transcend your common experience of self and of life. And how is it that you can begin to know yourselves as more than the sum of your thoughts and your experiences? Where is that compass within you that can point you to the divinity without, to the divinity within, that never ceases to exist without or within? And dear ones, notice in this moment where we have placed our boy's hand. Be with your hearts, dear ones. Feel your way through life. Your minds, as beautiful and as brilliant as they are, and truly they are, allow them to be in service to that great inner compass that are your feelings, that are your emotions. Allow that which are your feelings and your emotions to be washed clean. For understandably, many of them carry the debris that is accumulated through the course of lifetimes of your human earthly experience upon this realm. And those are the wounds, some of which you recognize from your childhood, from your own life experiences, from some of the challenges and pains that you have suffered in life. And many are those that are carried forward beyond your mind's ability to conceive. But know that you are never, dear ones, set up for failure. May we repeat this to you. There is no failing. Your destiny is this world peace that you pray for. If we were to say it to you in the way that we see it, it is as sure as the end of the tunnel that you find yourselves in this moment. And yet the tunnel itself has no walls. It is not dark. It is only your perception that causes you to experience it in this way. A secret we will tell you. The destiny of humanity is assured. Those that believe, is this the doomsday that has been written of in times past? We say to you, no, dear ones. This is the time of the quickening. This is the time of the stirring up of all of the shadows within each one of you individually and within humanity collectively, such that these shadows may come ever more to the surface, to be healed, to be understood, to be forgiven, to be integrated, to be resolved, that you may emerge transcendent in the knowing of your oneness with the divinity without and within. Another secret. You have done this before. We say this to you as a way of tickling you. Do not seek to engage the intellect that would say, well, when have I done this before? We simply say to you, you have done this before. And not merely once, but countless, not countless, but numerous times. Not you in your physicality, not you in your human, earthly humanity, but you in your consciousness. You have moved through the journey of experiencing life in contrast in order to awaken to pure light and freedom and unity and harmony and peace and love. And you have come forth again in this journey that you call your earthly human experience for the sheer joy of it, to discover how you might do it again. We say to you again, your destiny is assured. But how it is that you will navigate your way forward, that is up to you. Our advice, be focused on the beingness of the light that you are. Be the peace. Be the joy. Be the freedom, be the light. And from that beingness, your doingness will emerge. We are with you. So be it.
Thank you so much, Sabri. Thank you for sharing so much truth. Whew. I don't know how it felt for you, but definitely for all of us. But it definitely felt like a remembrance, like just remember who you are. So thank you so much. Wow. Be the peace, be the joy, be the freedom, be the light, and from the beingness, our doingness will emerge. Thank you for this powerful message, brother. Jovita, my teacher. Next is Jovita. Jovita is a pranic healer. She was actually my pranic healer teacher, and she comes from a family of pranic healers. They're the first to have introduced pranic healing in Indonesia, have a center in Java. And she's been teaching hundreds of people here in Bali. And she does many other things other than that. So that's not her only activity. She's one of those extraordinary women. So we're going to go into pranic healing. And really the idea here is to get all these things inside of us that are maybe in misalignment, just help to realign this field. So be comfortable, maybe stretch a little bit so you can be comfortable. Anyone who needs to go out, maybe it's the time, because once we start, we'll just be in full focus and concentration. Thank you.
Hello, Namaste. Thank you everyone for coming. My name is Jovita from Indonesia Pranic Healing, and today we would like to invite you for a simple Twin Hearts meditation for loving kindness and peace, developed by my guru, Grandmaster Choco Sui. Okay, let's sit in a comfortable position. Our spine straight. And then let's close our eyes. Your peace comes from within, from each of us. So before we enter the meditation, we are going to do affirmation of forgiveness. If any one of us here still has a challenge to forgive a person inside our life, let's practice forgiveness together. Let us visualize the person that we need to forgive sitting in front of us. And then silently repeat after me inside your heart. We look at the person's eyes. And then we say, Atma Namaste. And then silently repeat the names inside your heart. I salute the divinity within you. We are all children of God, and we all make mistakes. Mistake is a part of evolution. For all the pains and all the hurts that you have caused me, I choose to forgive you. Please also forgive me. May peace be with you, and peace be with me. Take a deep breath and let go, release. We are going to repeat this process 2 more times. You can imagine the same person that you need to forgive, a different person, or even a group of people that you need to forgive. Let us visualize again. They are sitting in front of us. And then silently repeat after me inside the heart. Atma Namaste. Say the person names inside the heart. I salute the divinity within you. We are all children of God, and we all make mistakes. Mistake is a part of evolution, of growing up. For all the pains, all the hurts that you have caused me, I choose to forgive you. You are forgiven. Please also forgive me. May peace be with you, and peace be with me. Take a deep breath. Release. Let go. The last one. Atma Namaste. Say the person names inside your heart. I salute the divinity within you. We are all children of God, and we all make mistakes. Mistake is a part of evolution. For all the hurts and all the pains that you have caused me, I choose to forgive you. You are forgiven. Please forgive me also. May peace be with you, and peace be with me. Take a deep breath. And release, completely let go. Now we are going to enter the Twin Hearts meditation. Let's start with an invocation to the Supreme God, to all the spiritual teachers, spiritual helpers, all the holy angels, We humbly invoke for your divine help, divine guidance, divine healing, divine protection, and divine illumination. We thank you and in full faith. Let us recall a happy event, any event that make you smile. Relax your body, smile, drop the shoulder, breathe, re-experience the feeling. You are filled with so much love and so much joy. Gently press the center of your chest for a few seconds. This is where your heart chakra is, the center of our love. Let's greet our heart chakra. Say hello and say words of love to your heart chakra. And wait for the response. Do you feel a sensation? Let us recall another happy event. It can be any event. The faces of the people you love, the places that you love, activities that you enjoy doing. Re-experience that happy feeling. Breathe. Relax your body. You are smiling. You are filled with love and with joy. This time, we're going to activate our crown chakra, which is located at the top of our head. At the center, we can tap it gently with our finger for a few seconds. And say words of love to this being of divine love. Now let's send love to our crown chakra. Now that our heart chakra and crown chakra are activated, we're going to start to bless the earth. Let's lift our hands in a blessing position, like as high as your chest, with the palms facing outwards. And then let's imagine the earth as a small ball. We are going to use the prayer of Saint Francis of Assisi. Lord, please make me a channel of your peace. Feel the inner peace within you. Feel the peace. Allow yourself to be a channel. Completely give yourself. And then let's share the peace with the earth in front of us. May every person, every being be blessed with peace. When there is hatred, let me sow love. Breathe that inner love, feel the love. Allow yourself to be a channel of divine love. And then share this love with the whole earth, in front of you, with every person, with every being. When there is injury, pardon. Allow yourself to be a channel of forgiveness. Let the whole earth be blessed with forgiveness, reconciliation, with peace, with order, with understanding and harmony. Let's continue blessing the earth. When there is sadness, joy. When there is darkness, light. Let's bless all the people who are having difficult time. People who are sad, in grief. People who are in pain. People who are depressed. Bless them with light, with joy. When there is despair, let there be hope and faith. Let's bless the entire earth with hope and with faith. Let's tell the people who are having a difficult time, you can make it. Let's bless the earth with hope and with faith. From the center of the heart of God, let the entire earth, with every person and every being, be blessed with joy, with peace, with unity, with harmony, with goodwill and the will to do good, and with divine oneness, oneness with all. We are one. Now let's put down our hands. We are going to chant the mantra Om for 7 times. Let's chant together. Let's be aware of the stillness, be aware of the interval between the two Oms. Om. 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 Let us be still, be aware. Be aware of the lights. Gently return to our body. Let's move our hands. We're going to release the excess energy. We have been praying the whole many hours. So let's release the excess energy by blessing the earth again. Let's lift up our hands again on the chest level with palms facing outward. Imagine the earth again. Let's bless the earth one more time. Every person, every being. May the whole earth be blessed with divine light, divine love, and divine power. With joy, with happiness, with peace, with understanding, with harmony, and with great, great spirituality. May every person, every being be blessed. May every one of them be blessed with good health, happiness, prosperity, and spirituality. May all the nations be blessed, living in harmony, embracing each other. May all of our nations be blessed. May all the people who are present here, online and offline, be blessed. May their family be blessed. May Ubud be blessed. May this place be blessed. Now it's also a good time to bless our family, our loved ones, bless our projects, our home, everything that is precious to us. Let's share the blessing with them. Blessings be to all. Now let's put down our hand. We're going to bless the Mother Earth. Let's concentrate at the base of our spine and at the sole of our feet. Maybe like this. Yeah. And then let us imagine lights going down to the earth, about 2 to 3 meters. Let Mother Earth be blessed. Let Mother Earth be rejuvenated. Let Mother Earth be revitalized. Let Mother Earth be blessed with good air, good water, good soil. Blessings be to the Mother Earth. Now we're going to close this short meditation with gratitude. Let's put our hands in our heart. To the Supreme God, to Divine Father, to Divine Mother, to all the spiritual teachers, to all the spiritual helpers, to holy angels and holy ministers. We thank you for your great, great blessings. May all beings be happy and free, and may our thoughts, word, and action contribute to them. Amen. Let's open our eyes with a big, big smile. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shamita. Thank you for guiding us through forgiveness. As you also experienced throughout the day, peace is really not just a word, it's a process and it's a journey. And through each of the different sessions, we are activating also some of those necessary qualities to build peace. So forgiveness and blessing, gratitude are definitely important elements on the journey to peace. So thank you again. We're welcoming and we're going back into peacemaking tools. And I think, welcome Sheena. Thank you so much for joining the prayer today. and being in union from South Africa. I think we can start. We're trying to
Okay,
get on the time.
that's no problem. So parts of this are an extraction from my book Be Peace, and I've also included some poems from sacred activists that influenced me and influenced my work. So if anyone wants this document, I can email it to Swati and she can distribute it amongst those who would like to go through it again. If you are lucky in this life, yes.
I just want to, oh, sorry. I was just going to ask if you can give us also just a quick context of also where your perspective is coming from. Durant's quick introduction as well, so the audience also knows where to situate you. Thank you.
Yes, yes. So I am a mediator and a lawyer that practices, teaches, and builds restorative justice processes in order to resolve conflict in many different settings, from gender-based violence to refugee matters to access to land matters in South Africa. So that is where my perspective is coming from. Is that okay, Swati?
Yep.
Okay.
Go ahead. Yeah, you please go ahead.
Thank you. If you are lucky in this life, a window will appear between two armies on a battlefield. Instead of seeing their enemies in the window, the soldiers see themselves as children. They stop fighting and go home and sleep. When they wake up, the land is well again. This was written by fourth grader Cameron Penny and quoted in Finding Inner Courage by Mark Nepo. As I speak, we're about 2 weeks or 3 weeks almost into the war in Gaza. The energetics for war in this world are extremely high right now. So I believe is the potential for peace. In the wisdom tradition, each person would understand their own power and agency and would exercise great circumspection and reverence in their own thoughts, words, and deeds. This would be the product of increasing self-awareness and an expanded consciousness. On this basis, any work done to become more aware and conscious beings in this world is a contribution to this world, and in particular, a contribution to the increase of peace on earth. In the wisdom tradition, it was thought that if we were at war with one person in our lives, then we were contributing to the kind of energy that was required to start, run, and sustain war in this world. The corollary would be that if we were making peace in one relationship, in the world around us, we were contributing to the increase of peace on earth. It is on this basis that we are able to understand clearly that each of us can and does contribute to war in this world, and moreover that each of us can and does contribute to the establishment of peace on earth. As we become more aware, either through intentional conscious work or through an encounter with great love, which is generally a liminal experience, or great suffering, we start to choose consciously which we want to contribute to, war or peace. It is thought that Christ was a product of the wisdom tradition. It is no wonder then that more than 2,000 years ago, he was teaching about the significant impact our thoughts and intentions may have. You've heard it taught that you should not murder, he might have said. But I tell you that if you hate your brother or sister in your heart, you're already guilty of murder. Might this have been because he knew the power of the individual's thoughts and intentions and that they affect the whole thing? Alan Watts said something to the effect of, you're part of what the entire universe is doing in the same way that a wave is part of what the entire ocean is doing. Our awareness of how powerful we are could change everything. Our thoughts, words, and deeds can contribute to war in this world or help to establish peace on earth. We get to choose war or peace. Oh, marvel, a garden amidst the flames. My heart has become capable of every form. It is a pasture for gazelles and a convent for Christian monks. It's a temple for idols and the pilgrim's Kaaba, and the tables of Torah and the book of Quran. I follow the religion of love, whatever may love's camel takes, whatever way love's camel takes. That is my religion and faith. And that is a poem by Ibn Arabi. Restorative justice is the ground of being of the next legal system. In times of great chaos, disruption, and disorder, there opens up a portal for healing, always. It is up to us to choose whether we enter that portal or continue in the same toxic, destructive patterns. Restorative justice and its various formations like mediation can help us to develop the thinking and language, and therefore the structures we need to dismantle the adversarial and the combat of our day that is literally killing us. Every social system has us immersed in adversarial ways: parenting, schooling, the workplace, economics, politics, and of course the legal system. Adversarialism and combat are not how we thrive. They are certainly not how we survive. We need only look around us. How many of us are relying more on coping strategies, anxiety medication, alcohol, drugs, screens, and other addictions in order to keep entering the systems that are harming us? How many of us need external measures to calm ourselves down just to enter school or the workplace or our practice of law or the one place that is meant to be safe, our homes? We live in modern day formations of survival of the fittest. We have to compete with each other to get ahead. We may crush each other to apprehend our own needs. It doesn't have to be this way. Learning, advocating for, and practicing mediation and restorative justice can help us see that another world is possible. Systems that help us heal are possible. The next legal system is restorative, transformative, and healing. The futures of parenting, schooling, the workplace, economics, and politics are restorative, transformative, and healing. This is how we access the healing portal that opens up in times of great chaos and disruption. We envision something better and then we insist on working towards it. Holy Mother of all people, erase the lines that we have drawn to separate us from nation from nation, tribe against tribe. Melt our frozen hearts so that we can love again. Filled with the Holy Spirit who flows in your wake, how can we possibly make war against our brothers and sisters? Safe in your embrace, how could we hold on to any concept of other? Blessed One, we join our voice with yours. Let your message of peace and justice penetrate the troubled minds of all leaders. Let the children of all countries of the world be one. That's a prayer by Mirabai Starr. Care of the cure. If we take an honest look around us, we partake in a lot of actions that help us to endure the distress of the systems we form a part of. An individual in an abusive situation may be told he, she, or they need to attend to their mental health. Whether we address this idea of working towards mental health by medicating the individual's systems of distress, or we approach his, her, or their distress seemingly more holistically, and we indicate sleep, a good diet, and exercise in the name of self-care, we may be missing the one thing, the only thing that can actually eliminate the distress. This person needs to exit the environment in which he, she, or they is or are being abused. We may keep the symptoms of his, her, or their distress at bay with medical approaches or wellness approaches. But if we fail to remove the cause of the distress, we will forever be simply keeping the symptoms at bay. In the same way, we may look around us and be able to see the many ways in which we are simply coping with our distress without ever addressing the cause of the distress, which may be a family system, a schooling system, or a workplace system. Very much like medicine, the legal system often offers us a potential cure without ever addressing the genesis of the breach. Restorative systems, precisely those that are discursive like mediation, can help us to co-create systems of care that may help us to eliminate or reduce the extent to which all our current systems manifest great distress, and therefore have us normalizing inconsequential at best and wholly destructive at worst attempts at cure. Amma, make me an instrument of your fire. Make me the breath in the lungs that scream for justice. Make me the tears on a mother's face holding the body of her child scorched by war. Make me a stone thrown at a tank. Make me the key to open cell doors. Make me the darkness to hide those fleeing a desert. Make me the oceans that guides a refugee's boat. Make me the scarf covering the face of a protester. Make me farmland never touched by chemicals. Make me a guitar played by a prisoner's hands. Make me a song on a child's lips in Syria. Make me, just keep making me, God, until there's nothing to transform, and then let me dissolve into you. That's by abolitionist and poet Jeannie Alexander. Vantage, understood as a point from which we see. The word vantage can aid us in unpacking the systems in which we are to a large extent inert non-participants in our own well-being. So continuing from what we've just been unpacking, medicine is largely done to us or for us, but not with us. Justice is largely done to us or for us and not with us. Education is largely done to us or for us, not with us. And in the same vein, parenting, the workplace, economics, and politics are largely done to us or for us and not with us. Vantage as a place from which we see works best the higher we are. The more we rise, the more we see. If I have the advantage at a rudimentary level, it may mean that I can see more than you, and thus may be able to benefit more than you. If I have the disadvantage at a rudimentary level, it may mean that I'm in a lower place than you and can therefore not see what you can see and may not be able to benefit precisely because I cannot see what you can see. Our systems advantage some or raise some to a higher place where they can see more and benefit more by that expansive seeing, and disadvantage others, keep them in a place where they see less and are unable to benefit by that expansive seeing. These are often artificially crafted vantage positions, and the artificiality is most often a product of economic prowess or economic lack. We can be artificially heightened to expansive seeing in ways that help us to gain more than what we need. We can also be artificially lowered to places of limited seeing in ways that we are unable to meet our basic needs. Most of our social systems do this. Some are artificially advantaged or given a great view, and others are artificially disadvantaged, lowered into a dark place with no way of seeing what we need to see. Whilst our systems artificially foster advantage and disadvantage, we will continue to see in parts. Seeing in parts rather than seeing the whole hardly ever gets us what we need. Restorative processes like mediation, well located within restorative justice and transformative justice, can help us to be empowered agents in systems that affect us and in ways that we can participate in creating the world that we need. Restorative and transformative processes can help raise us all so that we are each able to see more. So I'm going to close here. I know we are running behind, and this is a prayer for mercy penned by Mirabai Starr and published in Mother of God, Similar to Fire. Mother of mercy, the cries of the world keep me awake at night. I rise from my bed, but I cannot locate the source of the wailing. It is everywhere, Mother, coming from all directions. And my heart is shattered by the sheer intensity of the suffering. You of boundless compassion, expand my heart so that I can contain the pain. Focus my mind so that I can arrive at viable solutions, and energize my body so that I can engage in effective action. Give me the courage to follow the crumbs of heartbreak all the way home to a place where I can be of real service. Let me dip my fingers into the dew of your compassion and scatter it now over the fevered brow of this world. Amen. Thank you very much, Swati.
Sorry. Well, just thank you so much, Sheena, for this wisdom, and also for bringing in the ancestors, all those who have come before us, these messages. So thank you for, through your poems and the sharing, just bringing others who have also all the wisdom. So now we're moving on to Pavan and Ryan. Hanuman Project, and the stage is all yours. Thank you, brothers.
Well, hello everybody who's here, and hello everybody who's here. Pleasure and honor to be invited to come and offer something into the global prayer field, offering field during this time. My name's Pavan, this is my brother Narayan. We're part of the Hanuman Project, and we offer a lot of musical prayers and chants. So we're going to be also very much holding a space for you to participate if you feel called. And especially at the moment, on social media, on the news, on the television, there's so much information. Not just information, but information detailing all sorts of breakdown of communication. Fighting, war. And as much as it's really important that we honor that, empathize, become aware of that, it's also really important that we keep clearing out our own vessels, keep becoming hollow, letting go and releasing, so we're able to dive once more into the fray, whatever that looks and feels like for you. And everyone's journey is very different. All our destinies are interconnected. So just inviting you, wherever you are right now, you here in the tea temple with us or at home, just maybe closing your eyes. Just allowing yourself a big breath and release. Oh. Let's try that again. Especially for those of us in the temple together, just allowing anything which doesn't need to be part of the next 15 minutes together, just allowing it to go, to release, and maybe making a little bit of extra sound as well. Big release with your breath. Big breath in. Ah. We're going to do that one more time, and this time we're going to allow that release to fuel us, to fuel the harmonic resonance, not only in this space, but in the global space. So this time allowing that sigh to become a nice big ah altogether, listening and sounding in equal measure. So eyes closed, bring the awareness down to the center of the chest. Big breath in. Do a couple more of those. This time with gratitude for peace, peace in your own heart, your own existence. Big breath in. One more time. This time peace for all of your relations, all of your neighbors, all of the beings throughout this planet. Big breath in. So we're going to offer a combination of some songs in English and also some Sanskrit mantras. If you want to sing along, you're very welcome. If you also just want to sit, absorb them, you're also very welcome. Sound check here. Other pieces of wisdom we like to share as you practice kirtan in kirtan. Practice the thing in the thing. Same goes for peace, for healing. You have to be courageous enough to have a go. And when we've had enough, it's okay to take a rest. These great cultures, these great wisdom traditions, they're such a gift for us right now. So we can lean into them. That bit of extra support. Like a spark in my heart, kindle thy flame that repels the dark. When the shadow feels too much to bear, sing your name, you'll be there. Shout the name, light the flame, burn the pain, invoke the rain, wash it all away, so all that remains is the love and grace. We start again. Maybe we can try sing a little bit together. Do that with me. Sing like very basic, just ah. Let's try that one together. Okay, here we go. Big breath. Big breath. One more, let it go. When peace is hard to find, a holding so tight to a troubled mind, where fires burn, rivers flow, by your grace is the only road I know. So chant the name, light the flame, burn the pain, invoke the rain. Wash it all away, so all that remains is the love and grace where we start again. So chant the name, burn the pain, invoke the rain. Wash it all away, so all that remains is the love and grace where we start again. Sing together. Renewing yourself, releasing. Two more. Last time, let it all out. So we'll move swiftly on. Beforehand, I was feeling like, oh, I'm going to talk a little bit and share some sentiments because I know at the moment around the world, there's often, as can be, especially these days, this kind of clamor for people to speak out online or share themselves and kind of, I don't know how I feel about that, to be honest. And so I had thought, maybe I'll say some things here, but actually it feels like in this space and around the world, it's just really nice to have some collective prayer and embodiment and some offerings. So we'll just kind of continue on with that. That's okay, everybody. So this next song, this next prayer, this next offering is invoking courage. Courage to stay in the heart, even when it's challenging. It feels like right now it's incredibly challenging. So here in the jungles and rice fields of Bali, we'd like to invoke our dear friend Hanumanji, his strength, his courage, to be strong and to be potent, but also humble and empathetic, Graceful and powerful, or if that's okay. So please repeat after me. Mataye, Anu Mataye, Namaha, Namaha. So we can sing that all together, yeah? Just try, just have a go. It'll be fine, it'll work out. Om Mataye Namaha. Om Mataye Namaha. Beautiful. And at home as well, you're welcome to sing along. Om Mataye Namaha. Om Namah Hanumataye Namah Om Mataye Namah. Okay, one more, fam. Om Hanumataye Namah. Now you are the breath, son of the wind. You are the grace, lets me sing. You are. You are, you are, you are. You can join us in the you are's if you like. You are the strength, lives in me. You are the courage that set me free. You are, you are, you are, you are. You are the beats, you are the farmer, sowing the seeds. You are, you are, you are, you are. And you're serving the heavens, digging the land. You are the kindness in my hands. You are. You are, you are, you are. All together now. Bolo, Hanumataye Namah. Hanumataye Namah. Bolo, Hanumataye Namah. Oh, Hanumataye Namah. We are the stories, we are the tales, the veils. We are. We are, we are, we are. And we are the shadows, we are the light, we are the candles, we burn in the night. We are, we are, we are, we are. And we are the starlight, we are the dust, we are our saviors, believe we must. We are, we are, we are, we are. We are the children. We are divine. This is the moment. Now is the time. We are. Everybody, please sing. Oh, Lord. Oh, Hanumatai. And maybe even dance. Oh, oh, a little bit louder, please. Oh, 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 little bit louder, fam. Oh, oh, oh. Okay, last time, make it count. Oh, oh, Hanumataye Namaha. Okay, dance it out. There you go. All I see Hanuman. Shri Ram Vajalom Ji Hanuman. Okay, last time, for all time, all together. Shri Ram Ramana Chandra Sitaram ki, Jiva Bhavana Sutra Hanuman ki, Jai Jai Shri Exalt Satguru Rani Baba Maharaj ki, Jai Jai Shri Uput Bali Bhakti Sangha ki, Nitai Gauda Premanande Hari Hari Bol. So thank you all so much for being with us. Thank you for your courage, your strength. Thank you for your empathy, your delicacy. Thank you for being you. Thank you for being brave enough to be you, because all around the world, everyone really needs to fully be themselves, their true selves right now. So thank you. Let's take a couple more ohms all together, and then we'll transform into the next offering. So big love, big breath. Oh.
Thank you, my brother, Pavan, Narayan. Thank you for blessing up our community, for being in Bali and continuously opening our hearts and such the bhakti with more contemporary.
Thank you for putting this together and holding it down. You got that.
The next, thank you so much again, Pavan and Narayan, and everyone here. As we're moving to the next offering, we're welcoming more people to come in. And next will be my sister, Vanessa. And yeah, so we're going into some more sound healing. If you need to stretch your legs, we're also installed a screen outside. And so you also have the possibility, if you wanted to have some fresh air, to watch from outside some of the sessions and then come back. Because we're still here. Also, in so many ways, actually, we can pray. And eventually, life becomes our prayer. Everything is a prayer. The way we walk is a prayer. The way we talk is a prayer. The way we eat is a prayer. And eventually, we ourselves become prayer. That is the journey to peace, if we become a prayer for peace. Is Hasna around? Maybe Hasna, yes. While we're getting set up, would you like to share a little something? Hasna always has some incredible wisdom. She's a deeply studied scholar, just a deeply studied person for Islam. So I think maybe you take one of the mics. And yeah. This we have literally just maybe two minutes, you know, while Vanessa is setting up. Okay, yeah, as soon as you are. I recognize this fabric from India. Okay.
It does work, yeah?
Bismillah. So it feels as if there's that everything that I was considering and I was thinking to share when I was in my house before I came here these past couple of days was touched on already by every single person. And I resonated so much with the aspect, just what Pavan, right? I'm saying his name right, Pavan, what he just said, that the world needs right now for every one of us to be you said our what every one of you has medicine, and touching on what we spoke about before, which is this aspect of the unseen and the seen worlds that are coexisting. So there's nothing that we do in this moment that's of the seen, except that it is having an impact in the unseen realms. And what we are manifesting at this time is also indicative of something that was written, of something that was stored, and that was recorded even before we came together. There's restricted soldiers, and this means that there was a primordial plane where we all gathered one time. And those of us who feel an affinity in this life, we were close to one another in that primordial plane. So while, for example, in Islam, it's a different awareness around the subject of reincarnation, there's that awareness that our souls definitely did exist before, and that we will come into an existence again that is different than this one. And so for myself, I find so much peace. And there's a verse in the Quran, and I'll wrap it up, which says, or two verses which say, Inna ma'al usri yusra. Inna ma'al usri yusra. I like that reverb, thank you. Right on time, like it, yes. Nothing like a little reverb. And those verses are saying that verily with every hardship there is ease. And indeed with every hardship there is ease. And so just really quick, I remember a sister, she's not with us anymore, but she said that whenever there would be a catastrophe or a difficulty that would happen, she would say to the person, I'm so happy for you. And they would look at her like, why are you so happy for me? And she would say, because I know that the ease is coming. And it's saying with every hardship there is ease and then another. So there's not one hardship except that it is outweighed by two eases. And that is certain. I'll end on that.
Thank you so much, Hasnan. Thank you. Always being this voice also in the community, keeping the sacred scriptures, some of our sacred scriptures alive. And I'm going to turn to my sister, Vanessa. Are you guys ready? We need a few more minutes. Okay, so you guys will let us know when you're ready, so soon. And maybe you want to sing a little something? Maybe we can get people to sing a little bit something, you know? Here you go, you know?
Thinking of also in the Islamic tradition, there is the concept that we have God, and God has many manifestations, and as far as how the expressions of God show in this world. So one of the names of God is Al-Latif, the most kind, Ar-Rahman, the most merciful, As-Sami', the one who sees all, Al-Basir, the one who sees all. And there's also one that means the peace, like the ultimate peace, which is As-Salam. You're ready now? So with everything, like everything that has already passed and everything that we're going to invoke at this time, it's all interconnected with that. So maybe a few times we just call on that one. Maybe all together we say yeah, which means oh, yeah, yeah, as-salam, yeah, as-salam. And notice it sounds so much like shalom, because the greeting, if we look at Hebrew, Aramaic, and Arabic, are all from the same, they're all, what is the word? Semitic languages, right? Yes, yeah, so they all have the same roots. So maybe we could do both. Ya as-salam. Ya as-salam. Ya as-salam. Ya as-salam. Ya as-salam.
Thank you. Yeah, salam. Bless you. Vanessa, you guys are ready? Yes. Here we go.
So, hello everyone, and since we were exploring a different greeting, I wanted to share a Zulu greeting from South Africa, and that is Sawubona. Sawubona. So, Sawubona. And it is I see you. I see you. So it's a beautiful way to greet. It's not just saying hello, but it's like, I see you with your pain, with full expression. So Sawubona. So we're really honored to be here today. My name is Vanessa and this is Stefan. And we're going to take you on an inner journey using frequency, vibration. And we have 3 frequencies that we want to work with today, really tying in with this whole theme of peace. And so just over to you, Stefan, to speak about the frequencies we'll be using.
Yeah, hello. Welcome. Thank you for being here and creating this, create and contribute with frequencies. We're going to work with solfeggio frequencies. And those frequencies are archetypal frequencies that are basically a mathematical representation of how energy flows in the toroidal field. And that basically means we are connecting with the blueprint of creation and the universe, and we can tune into the sensation of oneness and overcome the idea of separation by attuning ourselves to those cosmic blueprint frequencies. And there's many, but we choose specific 528 hertz, which is a very powerful DNA activation frequency. So it basically reconnects us with the divine blueprint, our highest potential, and then we work with 639 hertz, which resonates the heart chakra and is known for balancing and harmonizing our relationships with ourselves and with our fellow humans. And then, because Vanessa loves to play flute so much, and we are big fans of 432 hertz, which is the tuning
instruments that is more in alignment and in harmony with nature. 32 tuning in the food section of this journey.
Beautiful. So if it feels good to do this journey inwards, you may want to close your eyes. And as I said, we're bringing the frequency, and I would love us all to then imbue this frequency and bring in the intention. So the intention is that we are peace. Peace exists. It's our natural essence. And we're going to emanate, as you're going on this inner journey, emanating peace throughout the world. Together as a collective, we'll take 3 cleansing breaths, and on the exhalation, create a sigh and drop deeper into your body. As you will take a deep inhale. Taking another deep breath in. One last time, taking a deep breath in. Allowing the natural flow of your breath. As you feel your sense of gravity in your hips and pelvis, relaxing and softening your belly. Allow your belly to just have, to connect to your creative center. Soften your jaw, relax your tongue. And feel some stillness in the back of your eyes, connecting with all that is unseen. So you draw your awareness down into your sacral. We're going to send roots, strong roots. That travel down our legs and travel all the way in Earth Mother's energy. As you visualize in the crown of your head, a blue lotus flower opening up to the perfect degree of openness that allows this golden white light to stream up and connecting all the way up, connecting with the solar sun. Feeling into Mother Earth's energy below, Father's sky, masculine energy above. I'm just feeling the warmth of the sun, this unconditional love streaming down, all the way down into your being, through the crown of your head, illuminating and warming and bringing love to your crown, to your eyes. Down through your voice, into your chest, traveling all the way down through to your belly, all the way down through to your legs, and connecting with Earth Mother. And just feel this beautiful stream of energy as above, so below, moving through you, life force energy. The frequency of love and peace out, right out to the edges of our planet, even extending far out into infinity. Just visualizing this pulsing, feeling and touching the earth, the waters, the sky, the hearts of every single human being on this planet. Awakening our essential core nature essence, which is that of love.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this mission, this healing, all the way from South Africa. Yeah. Very great. And if you are in Bali, or if you travel to Bali, make sure to attend one of the sound healings of Vanessa Pyramids of Chi. It is absolutely life-changing. I highly recommend it.
Yeah, thank you, everyone.
What a blessing. One of my favorite people. My brother Kailash, welcome. Thank you so much. We're still in the theme of sound healing, and we're going to be even transported further in the depth of our heart, in the depth of our healing, in the depth of our DNA, in the depth of our togetherness, in the depth of our bodies without borders, our oneness. And yeah. As also we're setting up, yeah, you can't see her now, she's left me, but Suzanne, do you mind coming? Actually, I just want to, I know you're putting the candles. I don't know if someone can assist in lighting the candles for us. Well, and I just really want to take this 5 minutes we have of a setup to, yeah, that's it. So this beautiful space where we are, this Dragon Tea Temple, has been designed by none other than my beautiful sister, Suzanne. So she's blessed us with this incredibly beautiful space. For those of you who are here, of course, you're experiencing, but for those who are online, every single piece of this beautiful structure has been envisioned by this wonderful woman here. And so we thank you for creator. She's a creator of sacred spaces and more. That's one of the magic she does. And so we're just so grateful actually to be hosted in this place you've envisioned. So while Kailash is setting up, maybe you want to share just a few words about the process, this place. Yeah.
Thank you. I've always had a dream to create sacred spaces because of the places I was journeying within myself were so deep that when I opened my eyes, I wanted to be in the same space, the same frequency, the same feeling. And to experience God that I was feeling inside. And also, since I was a little girl, I was so in love with God. So I wanted to build a house for him. Although we can't capture that, but it's a symbol. And it's an invitation for us to turn inwards and remember the sacred place within ourselves. So the moment you enter into this space, you remember like, oh, okay. So we're all using different vehicles to get to the same place. And I feel this is one of the vehicles to experience consciousness and awareness. And I find it feeling really powerful when all of our offerings overlay on each other. Then this is what we experience, the richness of the space and the tea and the music and the prayers and our spoken words and our dance and movement. This place holds it all really well. So thank you all for being here. And I'm really feeling really blessed today. It's a dream for the temple to experience such a deep level of prayers and such a field that we're all holding with each other. Thank you, my sister.
So grateful. Thank you. Thank you so much. And can't wait to be witness of more sacred spaces that you'll be creating. And I think as maybe you didn't know the story, but I would invite even to look at this space with new eyes now that you know the story, the dream. You're walking inside someone's dream and a dream that is shared. And it's not a commercial space. It has not been conceived in that way. It's been conceived as a long, long awaited dream to manifest. And so it's also a beautiful testimony to the dreams of peace we all hold inside of ourselves, that we dream so we can walk into that peace as we're walking into the dream of feeling God. Thank you, Suzanne. Yeah. Kailash, are you ready? Kailash is spreading his magic all around the world, so we're so blessed to have him with us today. Because it's not an easy man to catch. If it's not Europe, and literally you need a GPS, so we're very grateful for your presence. Thank you. And we apologize also for the delays. Please stay with us. It's all part of the process.
Let's take a deep breath in. The prayer flute is inviting us to come home to the beloved residing in the depths of our heart, the place of peace, the place of unity, the place of healing, the place of awakening. So I'd like to invite us to visualize how with every breath we breathe in peace. With every exhale, we exhale peace. With every breath we breathe in more compassion, loving kindness. With every exhale, we share loving kindness, more compassion, forgiveness towards ourselves and others. The invitation with the prayer flute is to visualize how we globally awaken as one human Earth family, recognizing that we are all related within the circle of life, recognizing that we are brothers and sisters of one Earth family, and what we do to the other, we do to ourselves. What we do to Sacred Mother Earth, we do to ourselves. So, with the calling of the prayer flute, it's calling more reverence for life, more reverence for one another, specifically our children and the future generations. Let's take another deep breath in. Really from our hearts to the heart of Mother Earth, from our heart of Father Sky, and from our heart to the heart of one another. Um, Om Sahana Vavatu Sahano Punaktu Sahavaram Karvavahe Tejasvinavaditamastu Madeve Shavavahe Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Please join me. The peace mantra. Om Sahana Vavatu Sahano Bhunaktu Sahavaram Karvavahe Tejasvinavaditamastu Mavivi Shavale Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. One more time. Om Sahana Vavatu Sahano Punaktu Sahavaram Karvavahe Tejasvinavaditamastu Shavale Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Gayatri, invoking the inner light. Om Bhurvasvaha Om Tat Saviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodaya. Om Bhurvasvaha Om Tat Saviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodaya. Om Bhurvasvaha Om Tat Saviturvarenyam Bhargo Dhiyo Yona Prachodaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Tadayambakam healing mantra. Om Tadayambakam Najamahi Sugandhim Pushtivardhanam Urva Rukamiva Bandhanam
मृत्योर्मुक्षीयममृता ॐ त्र्यम्बकं दजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनं मृत्योर्मुक्षीयममृता ॐ शान्ति Shanti, Shanti, transforming darkness into the light. Asatoma, Satgamaya, Tamasoma, Jyotirgamaya, Mrityurma, Mritam Gamaya. Om Asatoma, Satgamaya, Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya Mrityurma Mritam Gamaya Om Masatoma Satgamaya Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya Mrityurma Mritam Gamaya Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Soothing all suffering. Lokam samastaham sukhino bhavantu. Lokam samastaham sukhino bhavantu. Lokam samastaham Sukhino Bhavantu. Om Shanti. Overcoming of all obstacles. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Ling Jamani Vichyo Namaha. Om Mai Ring Ling Jamani Vichyo Namaha. Om Mai Ring Ling Jamani Vichyo Namaha. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Shanti.
Nahom Dakuyasin, Creatress, Creator, Sacred One, Beloved One, Source of all love, life, and life. Thank you for shining your glorious light onto us today, in the heart of this solar system, illuminating our world, making sweet and salty waters flow through our lives and the lives of all of our relations in all kingdoms. Mineral kingdom, plant kingdom, mycelium kingdom, animal kingdom, human kingdom of all races, all nations, all colors of skin, kingdom of our ancestors and the future generations, and all of our relations within seen and unseen, within earth, water, fire. Thank you for allowing us to come together today in a sacred manner, to share our hearts, our prayers, our songs, for healing, for peace, for awakening, as one human earth family. May we remember that we're just guests here for a limited time, and that all what is lent to us will return back to the earth, to his body, wisely and compassionately to all sentient beings with which we are related. Great Spirit, Divine Mother, Father, please awaken within our hearts its love. You are the essence of all emanations of life. You're the very source of life, the essence of being. Awaken within our hearts, within our minds, as divine awareness. Awaken within our hearts as peace. Awaken within our minds as peace. Awaken within our body as peace. May we walk in beauty. May we walk in peace on this sacred earth. And prepare the way, the pathway for our children and the future generations, from which this earth is only lent to us. May we step into empowerment and support one another, giving elements of life to this earth for our children and future generations. And from this precious moment in time, in the light of this full moon, auspicious full moon, we gather here to send our thoughts for healing, for protection of life, also to Palestine, to all the places on this earth where there is unrest, upheaval, war, chaos. In our breath, be of peace, and consoling those who are suffering. In this way, we ask for ease of all suffering. Thank you for allowing us to live on this precious earth, our sacred Mother Earth. And may we see how we awaken globally in peace and in beauty, supporting one another and funding us. And may the final prayer flute anchor this prayer through your visualization. Please go deep into your prayer to see how this path is unfolding with more reverence, harmony, beauty, and in peace. Aham, Dios, and full of our relations. Aham, Dios, full of our relations.
So much, Kailash. And thank you also for suggesting the date. As a matter of fact, we're going to do this. I think we have someone on already. So we're not yet ready. But yeah, we had planned sort of another date and where we really divinely inspired to suggest that we do the gathering and the prayer space. So thank you for always holding the feeling of prayer. And you've been doing that since your teenage years. So kind of you as someone who's literally dedicated his entire life since he was pretty much 12 years old to the field of prayer, healing. So we're so grateful to you for all you are and all you do. We love you.
We are now ready for dear brother Brian Santana, violinist, ceremonialist, producer and founder of Vesper Collective, and a big part of the Zest and Dragon Tea Temple family. Always hearing his biggest laughs around, bringing so much joy and bringing so much art and prayer to us. And really an honor to have you here this evening offering your prayers.
So so actually, Brian, you have to move on stage. So, so Brian is also, I would say, a keeper of sacred traditions. I don't know if you ever heard someone live sing in Aramaic. These ancient languages, they hold so many codes and so much healing. And Brian is one of those keepers of sacred tradition, sacred language on the vibration of his violin. And so anyone who's outside can come in, and we also have a screen outside, so if you want to have a fresh air, you can also see everything from the outside. So Brian, you let us know when you're ready. And for everyone who's following online, maybe this gathering here will inspire you to organize similar gatherings in your community and bring everyone. So it's also important we try to bring the diversity. If you've looked at the lineup on the website, you'll see that literally we have almost, not all, but many faith traditions represented. We also have a diversity of countries, and this is really to go beyond around the world. Just invite your neighbor, the people you don't know. Sometimes we're comfortable with the people we used to pray or gather, and the prayer is just a great opportunity to extend your family and meet new people. So, for example, Brian, I've heard his music before, but now we're family. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Swati. Sending prayers to all the suffering now in Gaza with the blackout, so much unfolding before our eyes right now. So I'm honored to share a couple prayers with you. It'll be sung in this language. It's called Aramaic. It's an ancient Middle Eastern language. Less than 500,000 Syrians still speak this language today. It's one of the three languages of the Abrahamic tradition, along with Arabic and Hebrew. Aramaic was spoken by Yeshua 2,000 years ago. And there are three words for God in the Abrahamic traditions: Islam, Christianity, Judaism. Allah, Allah, Elohim. And they're all tied to the breath. And this breath is life that connects us with sacred unity and the cosmos. So. Balgu tanu nay Shina Shina Adonai Shina I so Ma bina ese ebunga Gibere di sau Yesu Malgu tanu nai Shegina Shegina Nai Shegina I so get Mamina ese Gebura Differenti sao Yesu Malgu Tarunai Shehina Shehina Adonai Shehina Adonai Demo Demo Damine Demo Demo Damine Demo 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 Leone magiche, leone dona, leone magiche, leone dona, leone magiche, leone dona, leone magiche, leone dona, ulehu damine, denu, ne Uveum Domine, Deum, Deum. Uveum Domine, Deum, Deum. So that last prayer was the Beatitudes from Yeshua's Sermon on the Mount. It encourages us to walk the Beatitude way, which is aligning ourselves with our purpose, be at peace with oneself, and to align ourselves with the cosmos. In some translations of the sayings, means blessed are those in emotional turmoil. They shall be united inside by love. Blessed are those who bring peace to the warring parts of themselves. They shall receive physical vigor and strength from the universe. Thank you. Thank you, Swati.
Thank you. That's so good. Let's see. We're moving online. Erica Ford, she's, yes. Welcome, Erica, joining us from East Coast, US. I don't know if you're in New York or in transit. Erica is one of the leading, she's a major activist in the US, and she's been working with actually bringing peace in communities where there is violence for decades. I think also since her teenage years. So it's a woman I admire, and you should look her up. So Erica, I know you're on a tight schedule, so I could go on and singing your praise, but I think, yeah, we're all here together for prayers. There is a screen outside, so you can also watch the live from outside. And
thank you.
Erica,
thank you. And so, you know, today we gather for peace. Today we gather collectively to bring our voices to help not only end wars around the world, but end our own inner wars, our inner frustrations. And I picked a couple of verses John 16:33, it says, I have said these things to you, that in me you may have peace. In the world you will have tribulations, but take heart, I have overcome the world. Ephesians 3:16, now may the Lord of peace himself give you peace at all times in every way. The Lord be with you all. Isaiah 26:3, you keep him in perfect peace whose mind is stayed on you because he trusts in you. Matthew 5:9, blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall call sons of God. John 14:27, peace I live with you, my peace I give you, not as the world gives you, do I give you. Let not your hearts be troubled, neither let them be afraid. Romans 12:18, if possible, so far as it depends on you, live peaceably with all. And so these words are often in our books of prayer, but how often do we take them and live it on a day-to-day basis? And peace, we say, starts within, right? And so how do we relate to those in front of us? How do we bring peace to another part of the world when we're not in? And so we send off energy today. We send off collective powers to say that it is our personal responsibility to make peace a lifestyle. And so we come together and we continue to not only speak peace, but carry peace without. And so when we see conflict, when we see things that are making us discomfort, then allow yourself to sit in it, right? And to observe what is making you disrupt. And as you observe, then reach out and reach within and connect to those in front of you in a way that allows the light to shine on love. And the more we allow the light to shine on love, then we erase the hate. And so together we stand in meditation. Let's take a second to, and I know that we've been saluting to all of those who came before me, who are spreading the word of peace and love, and allow us to continue after this global prayer marathon to continue to tap into others. Because here in New York and around the world, we see a lot of people uneased. And so let's have a moment of continual meditation. Let's close our eyes. Let's sit up straight and let's pause in love. And let's connect to each other. And let's connect to all of the children that we have seen lives being taken away in horrific violence. Let's connect to those who are making decisions to hand out the guns, to pull the triggers on the guns. Let's connect in a space of love and compassion to change the directions of the hearts of those who are making decisions to inflict war and violence instead of peace and love. And let's give energy and rise to spread this love and to make people's heart open up to the call to be compassionate to those who live amongst us, to be compassionate to those who we don't even know their names, but yet we call for inflictions of violence. Let's change the directions of our hearts, and let's be more of a servant to those who we don't know. Let's be more of a blessing of love and compassion to those that we don't know and sometimes don't consider important. Let's reach out today to folks who we might not have spoken to, and let's begin to spread love in our own life, in our own journey, in those who we come in contact with every day. Because the more we spread love, the more we be of love and of peace, then the more it spreads to the world. And so let's slow our journey today and be conscious of the movement for peace and allow our prayers to go into practice. Allow our prayers to go into action. Allow our prayers to lighten up the world's heart and inflict on folks love over hate. And so let's take a time to remember all of those that we've lost. I myself started doing this work because of the numbers of people who I lost in street violence. And I made a decision to dedicate my life to making peace a lifestyle. And so as one person, I can impact not only myself, but so many others. And each of us in the sound of my voice can do that. We can all gather in love. We can connect in peace. And we can spread the word not only to those who we don't know who are around the globe, but to those that are next door to us, down the block from us, who we walk past on a day-to-day basis and don't say hello. Let's begin to spread this love and spread it throughout the universe by starting with ourselves. You know, we have a song that we sing. It's called This Whole World. And I just want us to close our eyes and listen to the words of this song. Some people might say, and as we listen to the words of the song, understand the power is within us. That's when I thank you. Thank you, Swati, for having me. It is our. Thank you. Continuing the legacy of Martin Luther King.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sister.
Make music for peace. Thank you.
It's a lifestyle, and you've been embodying it. And thank you for all the work you do in our communities. We love you, and we can't wait to have you back in Bali. Okay, we're moving on to Jesse and Catherine. Welcome. We're running a little bit behind, so we're just trying to catch up, but we're going back into peace-making tools. Welcome, guys.
Is this on? Oh, thank you, Erica Ford. Wow.
Wow.
That felt like a huge gift. Thank you for that gift. Best lead-in ever to this. Yeah, we want to dive in quickly and play and share with you a technology that we've been playing with. I've been playing with it for over 25 years and working directly. And a lot of the kids that I've worked with and myself, we take it directly to front lines in the family, you know, try going home for the holidays and make peace. Or front lines, a lot of the activists in the country where I come from on the lines, Black Lives Matter, and being in there. And it's huge. It's huge to be able to do what Ms. Ford has asked us to do, right? It's what Mohandas Gandhi has asked us to do. It's what nonviolence truly means, right? The ahimsa, to be without violence in our own heart. And so, of course, I brought my husband because I got to practice there first.
Right. I mean, I'm thinking of it from my side, right? I need to practice these here. That's the question we bring to you today is reflect. Do you know peace within? Let's start there.
So I just want to invite everybody everybody to take a, we're going to dive right into a practice. Because if we want to experience everyday nonviolence, if we want peace to be a way of life, if we want to be the first person to de-escalate a situation, the kids that we work with are often right in the face of looking down the barrel of a gun. Our colleagues in our organization, we have folks in Kenya. So the folks watching in Kenya, thank you for all the hard work you're doing. Cameroon, different places around the world. There are front lines absolutely everywhere. And wanting to give you an opportunity to dive into a practice that we've given them. So take a moment to settle in.
We're beginning with the front lines of your heart. Because when I ask the question, do you know peace within? How's the peace with every part of yourself? How's your peace with your inner critic? How's your peace with the part of yourself that ruined a relationship last week with your family member or a child or a loved one?
How's the peace with even judging with how you have peace?
How's your peace with your busy mind? With the parts of you that hurt and have hurt for a long time, and you tried to run away from, and you tried to bury, and you tried spiritual practices with. How's that peace?
And as you connect with yourself and take a look inward at how you walk with it, inviting in a little bit more tenderness with yourself, a little bit more spaciousness with how you hold it, even for yourself.
Because as we reflect on these questions, we invite you to feel the responses, not just think about them. Feel it through your body. How do these struggles, these hurts, these inner conflicts, this inner peace, how does it all feel inside each moment? And then invite into your awareness, how's the peace with others in your life right now? You know peace with those closest to you, those who know you most intimately and deeply. Those who may have stimulated deep, deep pain in your life.
How's the peace with the people in your lives that disagree with you about what peace looks like? And noticing any tightness or any opening that occurs as you bring them to mind.
And as part of this practice, we welcome the judgments, the interpretations, the fixed beliefs. Everything that you tell yourself about yourself or these other people, especially the things that you've not wanted to have in your mind. Welcome it all right now.
With this Kuan Yin in the corner, pouring the waters. And my understanding of compassion, with passion, pain is their capacity to be present to pain. And how present are we to even our own guilt or shame or what goes on inside of us? And as we increase that capacity, we can increase the capacity to be with others.
Can you be with the places where you're not sure if you know peace yet? It's still an open book. Can you be with the uncertainty of it? Even in this practice right now, not knowing if it's going to be resolved in the next 5 minutes.
Because I guarantee as soon as you look at your news feed, something is going to stimulate and disrupt the self-connection. And then it's the practice of returning to it. Call that self-empathy at the speed of light. Someone looks at you and you don't understand why they're looking the way they look at you. And what's great is our mind wants to make a story out of it. Returning to this place. Asking the questions. How's my peace going with myself? The old adage, we can't give away something we don't have.
So in this moment, with whatever may be present, whether it's an old inner conflict with yourself or with another person in your life, as you feel what's there, as you hear the thoughts that are there, can you listen? Listen to what What needs a present? What's the longing there? What's the longing there? It's all trying to communicate it. All those thoughts, even the ones you don't like, all those feelings, even the ones that you don't want to feel, it's all speaking to you. What's the longing there? The deep, deep longing. Is it for love?
When I do this meditation with children, it's often we color a lot of colors on the page of what we're needing. The colors represent the different colors. And then we pick a dark color and we cover it all up. And then we begin to make a new picture, scratching away the color we chose to cover all the other colors up. Because it's always there, right? I really want to be understood. That's what's there. I really want to feel a sense of belonging, even in this room right now. It's there. If I can connect to it, then I can become responsible with it. And then I can begin to see what's happening maybe inside of you. So no longer looking at the effect on your face, I'm looking deeper. Oh, maybe that person too is having a little bit of desire for sense of security and safety going on. And that can be the hardest thing when I have a family member who completely disagrees with my view of how I'd like to see peace in the world. With the police officer who has the gun in my face. I place myself there because I want to protect the kids that are behind me. And I really want him to get how much I want protection and safety in the world. And then I see the fear in his eyes. And he's actually wanting protection and safety too.
There's the practice of listening to those deep longings in ourselves and in others.
We're noticing our time, and this is a beginning practice to center. And a lot of the youth that we worked with would center this way, together, sitting in a circle. We've almost formed a circle. Sitting in a circle before they go out to a front line. And so right now I want to do another practice that we've done, and we call it an empathy shower. And this is about connecting to everyone on the front lines right now. I know we're connected to the suffering we're witnessing in the world right now. And I personally know youth that I've trained on both in Palestine and both in Israel. And I know youth that are on the Anglophone and Francophone sides in Cameroon. I know youth that are trying to get themselves out of the military in certain countries. I know youth that are on the front lines right now in Maine, in the United States. So there's a lot of suffering we can tap into. And how do we have that capacity? And one of the ways we can have the capacity is what we call an empathy shower. And this is slightly different than making a wish for the world. It's actually going a little bit deeper into what are the needs we're wanting so satisfied that no one has to argue about the strategies anymore. Because we don't argue the fact that we all need water. We don't argue the fact that we all need spiritual expression. But boy, are we witnessing so many arguments about who should get the water and whose land are we going to pray on and how should we pray. But when we get to that need level, we can actually begin to connect to each other in a way that taps into something more divine, more ready to actually then see the strategies that might actually get everybody fed and get everybody safety, get everybody their land back wherever they need to be, and finally have peace. So an empathy shower is playing. Jesse handed out some cards, and I know some of you folks in Australia are watching, so I know you got your cards in front of you there. Those are just needs words that we play with. There's a needs wheel here. We can hold this up that some friends of ours in Japan put together. And so what we're going to do right now, and for folks who are watching online, I'd love for you to put it into the chat. And for everyone who's here, what we're going to do is languages, because that is so important to have all first languages. When we work with the youth, we've worked in simultaneously 8 and 9 languages sometimes. We want all first languages alive. So if you can see the words and you want to put it into your own first language, please do. My first language was dance, so I had to learn how to talk. And this has helped me a lot. So we're going to just take a minute and a half and we're going to put words out into the space. And these are the words. And we're going to empathize. What are they needing right now in this moment? To all the folks on all the front lines, everywhere, sitting in their homes scared that the bullets might penetrate there, or out in the streets providing the care for the bullets that have already flown. What are the needs? And we just can say it like a spring shower, all in our mind. Just begin to say the words that come. Belonging.
Nah.
Be understood. Be heard.
Matter.
I'm the sun. Sana, Shesya, Masitu, Raksi. Thank you. Namaste. Namaste. 6-9.
Thank you so much. And at the beginning of learning, we really appreciate it.
Thank you, Swati. Thank you to everyone who's put this on.
So we're going to Aurora maybe because we're trying to catch up on time. So we're going to just have to set up quickly. Thank you so much also for the flexibility and for putting us also on the journey. For putting us also on the journey. Yes, please, because we literally. Yeah, these are really powerful tools, and yeah, it's amazing also to do it with children. I wish we were taught these practices, but as Rebecca said earlier on, it's never too late to change our brains because our brains have this incredible neuroplasticity. Time-wise, if we can, yeah, we have until 7:30. And we can. Yeah. Empathy shower. What a powerful practice. Yeah. I don't know if you wanted to share something. Yeah, just receive. And just like that, it's already 7. Yeah, for all those who are prayer warriors who've been here, those who are just arrived, welcome. Welcome. And we're here until 10:30. If you need to go out and move once the next session starts, so no movement, we'll just try to keep a spirit of prayer inside. So Aurora is from Moldova. First time. See how we extend the family to places far and near, and just bridging, making bridges within our hearts and between our hearts. Yeah.
Are you ready to sing with me? Okay. My name is Aurora, and this is my friend Philip Hill. And we came today to pray with me, and I wanted to share with you that for me, the deepest prayer is the sound and unconditional love. So how we can express that love, I guess, through the sound. So Just bring your attention to your heart center, and if you want to make any sound, feel free to sing with me. We're gonna play a very special song. The name of the song is Unity. I wrote this song a couple years ago, so you can close your eyes and feel to the people around the world. We can close our eyes and take a deep breath through your nose and exhale through the mouth. And again. I'm going to honor humanity, cosmic starseeds, and to remind to whole nation about the simple question. Why did we come here? Do you remember? To the Creator. Don't be so serious, it's just a game. Light is stronger than you. When you need it, just repeat. You will hear the universe speak. Found myself in unity. Inside me, my freedom is surrender and be. Most beautiful things cannot be seen or heard. Must be the beauty of the light you even don't feel. There's no you, just unity. We delve deeper into experience of our existence. We must accept our resistance to elusive and mysterious to define. Knowledge without in between. Now with all your intention, you can send this deep love to whole humanity. Bhagavate Devaya Sudevaya Vasudevaya Sudevaya
Bhagavate Vasudevaya. One more time. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. 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 One more time. Vasudevaya. 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 Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. 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 More. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Vasudevaya. Om Namo Vasudevaya. All together. Om Bhagavate Om Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Only men?
So beautiful. Only women. All together with power. Bhagavate More. One more time. Vasudevaya. 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 One more time, Om Namo. Send all the power, all the love to the world. Vasudevaya. 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 And now so quiet. One last time. Bhagavate One last time.
azul de Bahia, azul de Bahia, azul.
Thank you for your beautiful voice. Thank you. Thank you, Philip. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Mishko are on.
Hello. Hi, Swati. Hello. Can you hear me? I can't. Wi-Fi? Wi-Fi? Yes, Wi-Fi. Okay, let me look. I think it's working. Swati, can you hear me? Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. I'm Michiko Hayashi from Tokyo, from Emoto Peace Project. And today, I am so happy that I'm here with you, everyone, to pray for peace on earth. What we have to do now is to remember that this earth is the planet of love. That's something that we have forgotten. If we all remember that all of us are love, and this earth is love. So I would like you to know that water in the air is communicating, and water is in the air is transmitting our consciousness to everywhere on earth and to the universe as well. We are having this conflict because we have forgotten that we are love. Instead of focusing on something negative, if we all focus on love, light, and be grateful that we have this life, we have this beautiful friends, we have this connection with everyone, we have this, we are able to breathe the beautiful air, we can feel love of everyone, we can share this moment with everyone, then the whole earth is emitting the same vibration. I was Dr. Emoto's personal assistant for over 10 years. Sadly, he passed away exactly 9 years ago, but he left this beautiful legacy of the message from water. Hold on. 私のバッグ持ってきてください。すいません、黒いバッグ。 もう一つ黒いバッグ。見えるかな？見えないか。All right. All right. This is the message from water. And now Dr. Emoto discovered by taking water photograph, the crystal photograph, after freezing water, after exposing different words, different thoughts, different pictures, or different music. And as you know, Dr. Emoto always said, music is healing itself. It's because it's a vibration, powerful vibration. Our consciousness is also vibration. What we think at this moment, how we feel at this moment, and collectively, it's scientifically proven that our consciousness is really powerful energy, and it affects the whole entire world. So today, I would like to offer the prayer. But before that, if you have a bottle of water, and if you have a pen with you, I would like you to write down the words that you really like, that makes you feel good, and drink that water, because water is the consciousness, water is love, and water transmits that information into yourself, into everywhere. And as water is mirror of our heart, what we think, water is remembering and transmitting that energy to everywhere on earth. What we think right now, what we are thinking right now can change, and it does change the whole situation of the world. So let's pray. Please write down the words that you would like the earth to be right now, for you to be right now, and drink that water. You can also write some words on your body, your hand, anywhere on yourself or your partner, your children, because that energy will come into yourself. And remember that everything starts within, and that emits, that energy goes out, and what it goes out, it comes back to you. So please write down the words you really would like right now, and drink that water. Share that water with your family, your friends. And now let's pray together. I have 528 tuning fork. That's the love frequency. And I will hit it so that I can send out love vibration to everyone, to you, and to the whole world. I would like to say some words to water. Water is life. Water is love. Water is consciousness. It is the breath of all living beings. Water is the mirror of our heart. Water is the power that connects everyone every one of us on earth. And we appreciate water and pray for water with love and respect. Water, we give gratitude to water. We honor water. We give love to water. We pray that all the waters on earth, waters that surround the earth, are purified. We pray that water heals all living beings on earth. We pray that water heals the earth. We pray for love and harmony for all living beings on earth. Let's do Ho'oponopono together. Water, we're sorry. Water, please forgive us. Water, we love you. Water, we thank you. Water, please forgive us. Water, we are so sorry. Water, we thank you so much. Water, we love you so much. Water, we are so sorry. Water, please forgive us. Water, we thank you so much. Water, we love you so much. I would like you to close your eyes and offer your prayer for peace within you, for peace for your family, for your friends, for your society, for your country, and for this whole earth and universe. Water received your thoughts, your prayer, and it is going all around the world because water is the conductor of whole vibrations. Water is the catalyst for peace. And thank you so much for joining me in offering this prayer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nishi,
Thank you.
for always holding the light.
Thank you so much.
There, we've been praying together for you, Dr. Lalita Tumasarimo to alive. Bless you and thank you.
Thank you. Blessings to everyone. Thank you. I love you all.
Love you. I would invite also everyone to look at the Emoto Peace Project because this is really the work that we're passionate about and how we use water for peace. We're going to welcome our elder, Auntie Queen Afua, joining us from East Coast, from yes. Now we have the picture. We just need the video. So it's been this prayer marathon also challenged us to keep the focus for a long time. And so it's a beautiful thing to commit, to be here in presence, focus. It just amplifies the power of our prayer. So thank you I see some of you guys have been here since 2. So thank you for holding the pillar of light and prayer. Auntie Queen Afua, we welcome you. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know if you can see me.
Yes, we can see
Are
you.
you able to?
Yes, you can go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Welcome.
All right. I don't hear you as well, but I'm tuned into you. So I will hear as much as I can. All right. Well, this is so auspicious. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to be in this prayer vigil for healing, for world healing, for peace, for recovery, for overcoming. It is indeed my honor and my ongoing prayer for humanity to heal. So I will, I know that there are many on this call today, and there are many powerful presenters who I'm honored to be in the company with. So thank you again. So what I am seeing is that there's a plan, a divine plan that is taking place in the midst of the suffering, the violence, the wars, the dis-ease. There's a divine plan. And there was a song that came out through Farrah Sanders in 1969. And the name of that song is "The Creator Has a Master Plan." Greetings to Erica Ford. I just saw her name come up. She gathered me into the circle with others. And I would always ask, so what is this plan? Because I knew that I looked in my community and I saw sickness. I looked into the world. I saw sickness and war and violence. And that's as a teenager. And I myself was in a state of sickness and internal war because I was filled with disease from unconscious living, toxic living, fast food living. And as a result, I myself had asthma and allergies and hay fever and PMS and eczema and mood swings and all of that. And it was based primarily on food. I wasn't aware that there's medicine in food at the time. And I realized that that is our way home, is to tap into food as medicine. So in this plan, there is in my first book, I wrote a cry for world healing. But in my third book, I wrote out some of the issues that are happening on this planet that has us in the circle, that we must unify all of our visions. We must unify all the healers, all the freedom fighters of wellness, all the visionaries, all the holistic practitioners. We must unify in wellness so that we can spread wellness as opposed to spreading disease, as opposed to spreading violence. When I look at inside of the City of Wellness book, the Global Health Report card is sum. Health disease will be leading cause of death in developing countries and will be 30% of all global deaths. Cancer causes 7 million deaths every year. Diabetes, 3.2 million worldwide every year. It's growing. And then STDs, 40 million adults have STDs in the world. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. Everyone on some level is suffering, and Black women are suffering. 90% of Black women in the United States have fibroid tumors, which is actually emotional trauma, which shows up as physical trauma. 45% of Black mothers are dying in childbirth. We are the mothers of civilization. As we heal, the planet can heal. So we go forth. There is a prayer that the ancient ones gave to us in the beginning of time from the Nile Valley, we miscall Egypt, which is Kemet, the Black land. And this prayer is to the women. We must establish our seat. And the prayer says, we are the women who lighten the darkness. We have come to lighten the darkness. It is lightened. We have overcome the destroyers. We are there for those who weep, who hide their faces, who sunk down. They looked upon us then. We are the women. We are the healers. We are the women. We are the healers. We are the women. We are the healers. So it is time for the women to take their proper seat, to study holistic healing, natural healing, and begin to be very active in that, because there's a cry for world healing. This came out of my first book, Heal Thyself for Health and Longevity. It says, this is a call out for planetary healing and purification. A global resurrection is mandatory if we're going to continue to thrive on Earth. This is a call to the United Nations, to the communities of the world. This was written 35 years ago. This is a call to our leaders, political, spiritual, educational, business, artistic, who have a responsibility to purify, at least the people will be led to mass destruction. We've come into the age when our cleansing is most urgent right now. According to how we disrespect or respect nature and our body temples, we'll experience total devastation and destruction, or total enlightenment and resurrection. From the global to the personal, there's evidence that the necessity for purification of the heart, mind, and body is at an all-time high. There's bloodshed due to wars. There are increased numbers of crimes in the street. There are homicides in overcrowded jails. There are battered wives and abused children. When I think about that, battered wives, abused children, our broken families, our stolen people, I think about violence. Why do I think about violence? Because I am between two powerful women. I am walking with them on their work, and they're walking with me on my work. One such woman is Erica Ford. And Erica Ford, her mission is to stop the violence, the gun violence in the street. And so for years, I have been with her in support to stop the violence of the shooting of our children, particularly our male children, as teenagers. Then on the other side, and she's out of Queens, USA. And then on the other side, there is Stop Domestic Violence. And that is with Stephanie out of WARM, Stephanie McGraw of WARM, We Really Matter. And we just did a program in Harlem Hospital, because this is the month of domestic violence awareness, that we need to stop it, but we need to change in order to stop it. Families must heal. Families must heal. And this includes everyone. Everyone in your, I will say, all the different ways of violence. We think if someone is murdered, that's the violence, but there's so many levels of violence. So that brings us together to heal. There's punching is violent, kicking is violent, screaming, yelling is violent, slamming, pushing, these are all acts of violence. War in families, war in our communities, racism is violence. A hysterectomy is violent to the woman. A broken family is violence. Chattel slavery that brought us 400 years of grief is violence. Everyone is subjected, either you're giving the violence or you're receiving the violence, but it all becomes one. And I think about Stephanie's work, Stephanie McGraw's work. And about a month ago, She came to my retreat center here in Atlanta for a 3-day healing. Right before coming, she was traumatized, but by her own work. And that is that a husband who was highly stressed, he took his wife's life in Harlem. He shot her to death. And then he shot a 1-year-old. And then he shot his 3-year-old. And then he shot himself to death. And this is one of many families, one of many families. So we all have to really come together and unify. So this prayer vigil, this 8-hour prayer vigil is of necessity for all of us to make a quantum shift into wellness, a quantum shift into healing. And so I have a mission, and the mission is to create a healer in every family and a wellness center in every home. Am I still on camera with you? I'm not sure. Am I still here with you, or did we get disconnected? Yes, thank you. I'm with you. I'm so grateful. Again, is to create a healer in every family and a wellness center in every home. And this has come to me through my 50 years of work in my community. And I say my community is a global community because I spend a lot of time throughout my whole life. It's been in the United States, and I've gone through every city within the United States, spreading the word of heal thyself and sacred woman, and with my son Supernova, man heal thyself, and circles of wellness, and impeccable listening through the books and the teachings. So it's to establish that. And then who will be that healer of the home? Because you have to start with one. I believe that every single person on this call is the one. You're the one because you're here and you heard the call, you answered the call. That means the leadership that's been doing, you've been doing your work for decades, which gives you the authority to speak on this. And supported by our various communities who are looking for wellness, seeking it. So to establish that this affirmation is this: the power to heal as an affirmation, yes, is within me. And I have the mighty power to heal myself. So say the words that you want. Don't say what you don't want anymore. Say what you want. I'm ending war inside of my heart, inside of my body. I'm ending war inside of my family through what I speak and what I think. I'm bringing peace and serenity in myself, in my family. I am affirming, I am not gossiping in my community. I am affirming my community. And what happens is you start to have a frequency of healing in and all and around. And then we begin to, as we accept, okay, I'm the one chosen, then there's another affirmation for the healers, and that comes out of the City of Wellness work, restoring your health with the 7 treatments of consciousness. And that is, I am a healer and I can heal myself. And all my relations, for all my relations are my reflection. Therefore, as I heal myself, I heal all my relations. That is a responsibility that is so supreme and so high, because really your relationships the relationships that we're having, not you or I, but us, the relationships that we're having is a direct reflection of what is happening internally. So the war and the violence, the bombing, the shooting, the killing of women and men and children is a reflection of the inhumanity of man and woman. But if we take one by one and two by two, then thousands and millions of us begin to rise up out of our disease and detox and cleanse. Then everything around us will begin to shift and war will have no more power. And so we call on all the healers of the world to gather on this day of prayer and healing. There is a training that I am offering that before I was called, I must have heard this this vigil in the spirit. And this came out of working with the two women that I just called out, Erica Ford and Stephanie McGraw, on both ends, fighting for wellness, trying to come out of gun violence, doing everything possible to come out of domestic violence. And I say, if you heal thyself and in dietary violence, because I remember having a lung attack, they call that asthma, an asthmatic attack. That's a violent energy. And some are having heart attacks, and that's an attack. But what's attacking us? What we're eating, what we're consuming, the junk, the fast, the fried, the processed, the GMO, all that dead substance that is causing us to be ill mentally, physically, spiritually, socially, all our relationships. And we are birthing this in the world, our sickness. So we must stop in the name of wellness, stop in the name of love. I invite everyone to join me November 15th to the 22nd. Yes, November 15th to the 22nd. I'm having supported by my sister, Stephanie McGraw, and many others, and China, and my team, supporting on the 15th to 22nd. Is something that all of us can do to wake up the healer within, to learn the basic principles of healing. It's a 7-day, 7 represents spiritual liberation, 7 benefits: regain your inner power, detox your life in the violence, detox from the fibroids, stop sexing, start loving, lower the blood pressure, raise the frequency, break addictive personality traits and triggers, release rage and anger holistically, build a holistic sisterhood and brotherhood. Women, awaken your inner healer, restore your family to wellness. You'll be receiving a 7-day master detox workshops. Get out, wake up, detox your life now. That's the first workshop. Every day I'm giving a 60 to 90-minute intensive workshop in dietary violence with food as medicine. We'll do a food prep in the kitchen lab. 3rd day, rebirth your life, save your sisters from the plague of fibroids. Workshop 4, create peace and power in your home. Learn how to set up a wellness home, from your kitchen lab to your bathroom, which is a hydrotherapy room, to your living room is a place of rejuvenation. These are your surgical rooms. Naturally and holistically, you will be empowered, and peace will come through your home, through coming through yourself, and you'll take that into the world, and you will shift. And to your living room is a place where you do your vision quest with your family, and you build your vision and your business and your prosperity. And the 5th workshop is learning the 5 elements: ether, air, fire, water, earth, to heal yourself. You have to study, you have to practice. You have to practice holistic healing to be an embodiment of wellness and peace and serenity. The 6th workshop is juice yourself to wellness. We're made of 75% liquid, and if we liquefy our bodies with herbs and green foods and green juices and fresh fruit juices and clean water and healing baths, we will wash away the venom, the pain, the oppression, the depression, the anxiety, the rage that is in this world. And we will create an environment for our youth to grow up in, whole and balanced. And then we'll have forgive, release, and overcome. Shift your mood with Coach Sharice Terrain, my daughter's self-love closing, healing ceremony. These are some of the ways in which we will gather together. And you who say, I will represent and I will take part in it, then create a watch party in your home. You will get your formulas, your wound care love formulas for women. The men can get the Heal Thyself formulas, 7-day kit. Go through your cleaning up of your liver, your kidney, your gallbladder, your colon, your skin, your brain, your mind, your nervous system. Rejuvenate and build together, and peace will dwell therein. And in the watch party, you'll invite your community right in your home, or a healing center, or your mosque, or your church. You would have that. I will be in the room with everyone, wherever they are in the world, and go through the teachings and the trainings, and everyone, whether it be 5 people, mother, father, sister, brother, best friend, neighbor, co-worker, bring them into the circle, and we'll all be circled on the 15th to the 22nd. You make one investment, which is for you. You bring everybody else in. Everybody in that room is going to get what they need. Most people are suffering from pain. That's why people are taking drugs, because they're in a pain body. We want people to be able to go back after 7 days and then moving into a whole lifestyle, and then go to your physician. Your physician will be ecstatic and happy because you are healing yourself through food as medicine and nature. And that is how I see us ending the violence in the world, starting with ourselves. And then once you get into now, you healing yourself, you have the watch party, the community is with you, then you're going to have an outpost. You must have a holistic outpost. And that where people will come to your house once a week and purchase from you the products that I have for you. From the green clay for pain and inflammation, you need that, to the green life to restore your cells, your tissues, your memory, to the womb-filled julep for the women who are losing their blood of 6, 7, 8 days of menstrual flow, of a pain body. This is causing and reflecting as a fibroid if you don't address it. So that outpost, then we now are spreading wellness everywhere. I've been developing this plan for 50 years plus, and I work on it 7 days a week. And I do it through the teachings and the trainings, through the books and the charts, and through the meditation and the prayers. And I was led 6 months ago to gather, to go to where you are. So I called on these wonderful producers to join me in bringing Woman Heal Thyself. I will be retreating around the world with you. Meet me in your country. I will call out the schedule out. Dominican Republic, I will be with you in January. Come out. That will be impeccable listening. London in February. Come out. Toronto, Canada, I will be there in March. Paris, France, I will be there in April. Hawaii, the month of May. The United States, at the closing of May, and Nevada City and New Orleans, June and July. I will be in Kemet, Miss Khadija, in September, and I will close out in Ghana in December. I start out in January 2024, and I close out in December 2024. We all have a mission, and if we get on our mission, we'll have no problem healing. So what am I doing? I'm calling out everyone to come in a common ground. If you can get everyone agreeing that we all need wellness, that we all need healing, and all of us have something to offer in this healing circle. So when you come into the circle and you come into the healing that I'm offering, you'll meet, oh, you're an acupuncturist, so you're a Reiki practitioner. So in my book, I gathered 76 healers that I've known over the years. I've called out medical doctors who are holistically inclined, herbalists, urban farmers, naturopaths, breathologists, vegan chefs, community activists, wealth builders, motivational speakers, metaphysicians, life coaches, musicians, poets, crystal healers, midwives, body workers, Reiki practitioners, numerologists, yoga instructors, relationship counselors, and spiritual leaders from the 4 directions. Everyone is being called out to unify. If you want to bring in the light, then you must be the light. If you want to stop the violence, then you must start with self. It begins with self, and then it spreads out into the world. I'm so grateful that I have an opportunity to share with my brothers and sisters on the path of wellness and recovery. And then let us stay unified and let us stay in this circle throughout the day, listening and praying and visualizing and seeing and juicing. When I want to close on this, this is my bowl of greens that I'm offering. This is called Offer It Up. Lady Prima, thank you for that song. This is Offer It Up from Food is Medicine Bowl. The greens all have a message for you, and that is a healing message. From the cucumbers to restore your kidneys and your stream of life for vitality, to the cabbage to process your emotions and your relationships, to the broccoli that is an anti-cancerous vegetable when you have it live, to all the greens from the green field to repair and restore, to the sprouts as your vegetable protein and your avocados. This is the bowl of life. Take your greens throughout your day and cleanse yourself. And those who have tea, see, we all have different ways of healing ourselves. Some will do juicing, and those who will join me on the 15th or 22nd, you just check my website, queenafua.com. I'm pouring some tea for us. This is a community tea. I'm pouring. And I'm taking this tea that we may purge and cleanse. Our ancestors gave us a prayer. This is the peace tea. One of my formulas for the women. The prayer is, may I be protected by 70 purifications, unlimited. I purify myself at the great stream of the God of the galaxy, and that which is wrong in me is pardoned. And the spots upon my body and upon the earth are washed away. I come that I may purify this soul of mine in the most high degree. In the spirit of sacred women globally who have studied the work, I will give you this prayer. And all the sacred women globally from the 4 directions, if you know this prayer, say it with me in your heart. And this is a prayer of peace. Sacred Spirit, hold me near, close to your bosom. Protect me from all harm and fear beneath the stones of life. Direct my steps in the right way as I journey through this vision. Sacred Spirit, surround me in your most absolute perfect light. Anoint me in your sacred purity. Give me peace and divine insight. Bless me, truly bless me as I share this sacred life. Teach me, Sacred Spirit, to be in tune with the universe. Teach me how to heal with the inner and outer elements of air, fire, water, and earth. And to man heal thyself, arrange for me the ways. May I renew myself. May I become whole. From the papyrus, the first written text of spirituality, from the beginning of civilization, thousands and thousands of years ago, renew myself. May I become whole. From the papyrus of Anu. Thank you so much for having me. I'm Queen Afua, and let's continue to heal ourselves and to work together in harmony. May this be an auspicious day, that the frequency of this day goes out into the world and stops all war and all violence. Today is the day of peace. Ashe. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Bless you, Queen Afua. And this message, so powerful, your mission. And I think it should be also each of us our individual mission to create
a healer in every family and a wellness center in every home. That is my mission. That is my teachings. Give thanks.
And if you're allowed, I think we will take it also as our own mission, because it is such a powerful way to really bring transformation. And here in this community, actually, gathered around. There's so many healers, actually. I guess if you're here in Bali, most probably you are a healer or a healer in training or in becoming or remembrance. And so how do we embody now being the healer in the family so we can start healing our families? Thank you so much, Queen Afua. Bless you. And remember,
you.
November 15th to 22, there is a detox togetherness. I'll call it a detox togetherness. So go on
I
Queen
love that.
Afua's website so we can join in health. Thank you, bless you, and
Thank
we'll
you. Thank you. Bless you. Thank you.
Next, we have Puno and Babaji. Babaji with a Sikh background and priest. Yes. And our dear Puno has been a very active pillar of here in Bali, holding us with meditation, active consciousness, spreading, and his devotional music and prayers. Thank you.
Oh.
Sachidananda Parabrahma Bhagavate Samaya Shri Bhagavate Sachidananda Parabrahma Bhagavate Shri Bhagavate Shri Bhagavate Same Bhagavate Shri Bhagavate May the love you're sharing spread its wings, fly across the earth, and bring true joy to every soul that is alive. May the love we're sharing spread its wings, fly across the earth, and sing its song to every soul that is silent. May the blessings of your grace, my love, shine on every one, and may we all see the light within. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. May all the beings, all the worlds be happy. Sing Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. All the worlds be happy. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. May all the beings,
all the ones we have seen. Salam walaikum, walaikum assalam, 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 salam walaikum, walaikum assalam. Shalom mara hai ma shalom. Shalom mara hai ma shalom. Shalom mara Shalom mara hai ma shalom. Shalom mara hai ma shalom. Satnam Vaheguru Vaheguru Satnam Satnam Vaheguru Vaheguru Satnam Satnam Vaheguru Satnam Vaheguru Vaheguru Satnam Satnam Vaheguru Vaheguru Satnam Satnam Vaheguru Guru Satnam Satnam Vaheguru Vaheguru Satnam Vaheguru Vaheguru Hare Krishna, Hallelujah, Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Yeah. May the love we're sharing spread its wings, fly across the earth, and bring true joy to every soul that is silent. May the love we're sharing spread its wings, fly across the earth, and sing its song to every soul that is silent. May the blessings of your grace, my love, shine on everyone, and may we see the light within. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. May all the beings of all the worlds be happy. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. May all the beings
all the words be happy. Satnam, Satnam, जप मन सतनाम सदा सतनाम सतनाम सत्य सिंह सतनाम 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 Satnam, 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 Jap man Satnam, Sada Satnam, Satnam, Satnam. Satnam, 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 Satnam. Shapurap Sarv Sukh Data Har जाके बस है जाके बस तो ऐसा हर क्या ये मेरी जीत सो ऐसा हर ध्याय मेरे जीवन ता सर्व सुख पावे मेरे मन जप मन सर्व सत्य सतनाम 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 Satnam, Geetam naam kate dilhi Satnam tera param Satnam, 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 Like we are gathered here for peace, shanti,
peace to this world. We'll be doing some Shanti mantras. If you know them, please sing along with us. Om Bhurvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhiyo Yo Prachodayam. Om Viturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhiyo Yo Prachodayam. Om Bhurvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhiyo Yo Prachodayam. Om Shanti Shanti Sugandhim Pushnivardanam Purvarukhameva Bandhanam Mrityurmokshiyamamritat. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Sarvesham Swastirvavatu Sarvesham Shantirvavatu Sarvesham Purnam Bhavatu Sarvesham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Sahana Bhavatu Sahano Bhunaktu Sah Viryam Karvavahi Tejasvinavaditamastu Ma Vidvishavahi. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Masanto Ma Sangamaya Tam Mrityorma Amritam Damaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadana Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Iko Satnam Nirupam Akar जी सर्व गुर प्रसाद सच हरे सच नानक होसी भी सच बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि संघं शरणं गच्छामि बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि संघं शरणं गच्छामि बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि संघं शरणं गच्छामि La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this food. As we forgive and lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen.
Nimanaya Diman, Nitania Dikan, Nyotian Yu, Niasya Yasri, Bakshin Pita, Ekal Patit Pawan, Jyoti Swarup, Ip Oankar, Satnam, Sri Vaheguru Ji, Tan Guru Nanak Sache Paatshah, Tan Sri Guru Granth Sahib Maharaj, आप जी दे हुक्म अनुसार समा बतीत होया आउण वाला समा अपने हुक्म विच बतीत कराओ आप जी दे हुक्म अनुसार सर्बत दा भला मंगदे हो सारी दुनिया सारी सृष्टि नाम दा छटा पाओ शांति दी दात वरताओ शब्द कीर्तन जापी के भुलां चुका माफ करना ਸਰਬਤ ਦਾ ਭਲਾ ਹੋਵੇ ਸੁਖ ਹੋਵੇ ਨਾਮ ਚਿਤੇ ਆਵੇ ਨਾਨਕ ਨਾਮ ਚੜ੍ਹਦੀ ਕਲਾ ਤੇਰੇ ਪਾਣੈ ਸਰਬਤ ਦਾ Thank you.
Deep humble gratitude towards each and every one of you. May we can find peace within our hearts. If we need to see whatever is happening in this world, each and every one of us, we have this responsibility to ignite that light of love and peace within our hearts. If we need to better this world, we need to better ourselves. The responsibility is upon us. So with these words, may peace be with all of us. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om.
Your friend, what's your name? Drew, and thank you so much for beautiful prayer. Bless you. We have Charles Eisenstein joining from East Coast, US. And this is the 7th hour. So we've been praying now for 7 hours. So welcome, Charles.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? I need to know that, otherwise I'll be wondering if I'm monologuing. Can you give me some sign that you can hear me? Yes. Yes, good. Okay. I'm going to take up where the last gentleman left off when he spoke of improving ourselves. And sometimes that can land as a little less than peaceful. Something that I'm going to do to myself, something I'm going to improve in myself. So I want to say just a few words about what that is and how that improvement happens. I think it comes much from what we receive. I've recently deepened in my commitment to peace because of a woman in Israel, Michal, her name is. She put out a video called "In My Name, I Want No Vengeance." You see, her son was murdered by Hamas on October 7th. And she decided that she did not want any other mothers to ever feel the pain that she was feeling. And that was more important than vengeance, than justifications, than who is right what is justified, who is justified in shooting whom and bombing whom. And so I spread her video as far and wide as I could, and I wrote some comments about it because she had an authority that I do not have, because none of my loved ones have died there. And so her gift has become part of me, and her son's gift has become part of me. And I started to correspond with her. And she said, there's nothing left for me but peace, nothing left for me on this earth but to serve peace with every fiber of my being. Now, for me and for many of you, most of you probably listening, there is still something. There are children to take care of. There are things to do, things to create. But I think that the events of our time have elevated peace in our consciousness, elevated the necessity for peace, elevated the consequences of forgetting peace. And a desire to do better in serving peace. A desire, perhaps in the afterlife, when you meet some of the people dying now in Gaza, and they look you in the eye and they say, what were you doing when that was happening to me? And you want to be able to look them back in the eye and tell them what you were doing. I was taking care of my grandmother. I was taking care of children. I was healing the soil where I live. You want to be able to do something so that you can look at them in the eye and say, I was doing that. And they nod and they say, I understand. So this is the elevation of a desire that Mihal's words gave to me, and I transmit to you. And so for the next few minutes, I'd like to invite us into a meditation. Where the only work that you need to do, and close your eyes to better feel what is inside. The only work that you need to do here is to give your sacred attention to the desire for peace that recent events have elevated in you. And maybe you feel inside, maybe quieter now, but also a desire for vengeance, a desire to see those who have done harm suffer. And that's called hate. The desire to see another suffer. And maybe that's there too. And if you see any hate inside yourself, give it presence as well. Like a kind grandfather with his arm around your shoulder. And then back to the peace. And feel that part of you There it is. It says, I too will do everything in my power to create a world in which such things no longer happen. It's not a vow. It's not even an intention. It's a recognition. I trust that this desire to serve peace in me is real. I trust that it will know its moment. I know I am a worker for peace. And it may not look like going to protest marches, although it may. But really, it is expressed anytime there is a choice to act from hate, the desire to harm those we feel deserve harm, or to act from love. Which might mean the desire that this stop. Maybe sometimes you will have to protect yourself or somebody else with force, but it won't come from a desire to harm. Not even with the smallest word. And in a minute, I'll ask you to open your eyes again. First, though, be aware in your mind's eye of all the others now meditating for peace. That part of them that will do anything in their power for peace. It's there in them as well. And when you open your eyes, ask them to help you see that in others, because that will give you hope. My eyes, please see in others their yearning for peace as well. And thanking your eyes, open them. And thank you, Swati, and all the other organizers who are putting so much work into this event. Thank you for doing this and for recognizing its importance. Because I know there's a part of you that might be like, people are dying and we're just praying for peace, but this builds a field so that maybe those who have their fingers on the triggers or the bombs, maybe at some key moment, they will exercise restraint as well. Because restraint is, a dilute form of forgiveness. It says, I'm going to harm somebody a little less than I could. And so if forgiveness is beyond you, as sometimes it is, maybe its little cousin restraint has some space. So thank you, everybody, for your attention and for believing that this is important enough to maybe wake up very early or just to devote your time to it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much, Charles. And yeah, I think I too will do everything in my power to create a world where such things don't happen. What a beautiful thing to remember. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think Michael is not on yet, so maybe Hasna. We're waiting for Michael. And Charles, please stay with us until the end if you have time. Waiting for the next speaker. So I'm just going to call my sister Hasna. I think there is a problem with sound. Hasna? No, here is. So we're Michael is on. So. As a sister. Okay, so Michael is connecting. Sounds good. Running. Yeah. Hi, Michael is here. So you're on. I don't know. Oh. I think the technique after 7.5 hours of prayer is, but we're stronger than the technique. Welcome, Michael. Good morning. I know it's early for you. We're so grateful that you're joining us for this prayer all the way from LA. And so for us we have people from all around the world, some online, but the people who have been here have been praying for the past 7.5 hours. I'm going to cut my mic so you can just go ahead.
Good morning, everyone, or wherever you are in the world. Grateful to be here with you all. I think for me was, thinking of the words I wanted to share, and what really stuck with me was, kind of what I was feeling and going through, and really what would help me in this moment. And usually it's turning to reading, and so I wanted to share a brief excerpt from Pema Chodron's "Start Where You Are," where she starts with, "How do we help? How do we work with our actions and our speech and our minds in a way that opens up the space rather than closes it down? How do we create a space where we find out how to become more a part of this world we are living in and less separate and isolated and afraid? How do we do that? It all starts with loving kindness for oneself, which in turn becomes loving kindness for others. As the barriers come down around our own hearts, we are less afraid of other people. We are more able to hear what is being said, see what is in front of our eyes, and work in accord with what happens, rather than struggle against what is. The Lojong teachings say that the way to help, the way to act compassionately, is to exchange oneself for other. When you can put yourself in someone else's shoes, and you know what is needed and what would speak to that person. The basic ground of compassionate action is the importance of working with rather than struggling against. And what I mean by that is working with your own unwanted, unacceptable stuff, so that when the acceptable and unwanted appears out there, you relate to it based on having worked with loving kindness for yourself. Then there's no condensation. This non-dualistic approach is true to the heart because it's based on kinship with each other. We work on ourselves in order to help others. We also help others in order to work on ourselves. This way, that's kind of what I wanted to share this morning, and keep it short and close it out there.
Thank you so much, Michael, for this sharing. I think next we'll have Luke. I think as we're waiting for Luke. Do you mind coming? Yeah, sure. We're just waiting for Luke. Loving kindness. Yeah, it's not on, so you can come. Yeah, no, you can come here. Okay, I think it's easier here. It takes too long. Should we, as we're waiting for our next speaker. So here you go.
So once again, thank you, all of you who have been here since the beginning, for those of you who are just coming in. I feel so full, honestly, from all the sharings, joined us. Every one of you brought something that was a gem. But one thing you were talking about yesterday, Sawadi, was the importance of the reconciliation and
I see that bio is just online, so we're going to move to bio, and then that will give time also to look. Bio, welcome.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So go ahead.
Well, thank you. It's a beautiful delight to be here with us in this journey in prayer. I have just landed in São Paulo in Brazil and just settling into my new space here. I wanted to offer these words in these times of, especially given the times of trouble and conflagrations and wars that we're in, with a story that comes from not just my people in West Africa, but from the Atlantic Ocean. And it's a story that I tell often, quite often. It's a story of the Igbo landing. You might have heard of it. In 1803, 75 men, women, and children were taken from West Africa. They were from the Igbo people, which is in present-day Eastern Nigeria. I can't remember the name of the ship that took them, but that's irrelevant now. What's important is that they were taken, and they were brought to the state of Georgia in the United States. In the state of Georgia, they were transferred to another ship and they were taken further inland and brought to a place called Dunbar Creek, where circumstances changed, and those 75 stolen people decided to take over the ship. And they found a way to do it, and they chased away their masters, so to speak, who went inland to the, they climbed out of the ship, ran and went to get reinforcements. And those reinforcements came by and by and decided to retake the ship and retake their property. Instead of give themselves, to the plantation, instead of surrender, to the people who had bought them and had forcefully stolen them and brought them to this strange place, they decided to do something that has become legendary. So they lined up in a single file and they marched into the water, singing an ancestral song. And the song was, the words of the song were, Amadioha, who brought us here. Amadioha being the name of the god that was prominent to them. Amadioha, who brought us here, will take us back home to our home, will carry us back home. And then they marched straight in a single file into the water, and they were never seen. Some of them were dragged out But most of them, most of the 75 were lost, so to speak. The only official account that we have about this incident was the diary of a plantation manager whose name was Roswell. And Roswell wrote in his diary the most clinically precise words about this event that you can possibly imagine. He wrote the words, "They drowned." Simple. What a loss. What an economic waste. What a loss of property. They simply drowned. But you see, another story started to emerge over time about what had happened. It was the story that was whispered in the slave plantations. It was whispered at night. It was transferred from generation to generation. And this story was quite different from Roswell's account. The story said that they didn't drown after all. They were taken home. The blast of Amadioha's nostrils created a force of wind that transformed them into big black birds and carried them across to Africa. I've often asked myself and people that I tell this story to who are unfamiliar with the story, which account feels urgent? Which account feels compelling? The story that they simply drowned, or maybe another story, maybe the story that they went home after all, whether they turned into blackbirds or they turned into fish or something. What story feels more relevant? What story feels palpable? I offer this story because we are at a time when we're considering home, when home and the very notion of home is at the heart of our wars. Belonging seems to be in crisis, as I shared with some people just yesterday. The very idea of belonging, the very idea of what home means, who has a right to home, who should belong here, seems to be at stake. My prayer is a prayer of water, is a prayer that comes from watery depths, because most of the ways we are approaching the issues of home and what it means to be at home seems to be drawing from a geometry of distance. The ways that we think of home is very dissociated. Of course, largely due to our entanglements with modernity and the city and all those concepts that we gained from the Enlightenment. We think of home as over there. I like to think sometimes in my private moments that those 75, or the number out of the 75 that went into the water, either they turned into birds or they turned into fish. Once they stepped into water, they were already at home. Because in water, there is no distance. In water, there is no indifference. In water, there is no origin or destination. Water queers distances. To start out is to already have arrived, so to speak. I want to pray that as these moments of geometrical wars, wars of distance, wars of dissociation, wars of a tired colonial order that doesn't know how to uphold or resource human ambition any longer, that as we struggle through these matrices, that we will find a strange generosity, a watery generosity. We will find ourselves in home, at home, with hospitality surrounding us. That those, especially those of us who are in the fires, more proximate to the fires at large at this moment, that in the disturbance, we will find peace. That the disturbance around us will be a strange kind of sanctuary. And that those outside of the fire, so to speak, not quite separate from the fires, but not as proximate as others are to the fires around the world right now, that we will be part of a glorious flotilla of post-humanist, animist, ancestral responses that will feed and resource sanctuary at this time. That our responses will not scaffold the mushroom clouds that are erupting right now, and that we will find sanctuary and make sanctuary together and be at peace, and that we will be surrounded and supported just as those wonderful 75 were, as they walked into the waters and found out that they were no longer at Dunbar Creek, no longer subject to plantation politics, no longer within the grasp of their colonial masters, but in homes that have no language and no names yet. Ashe, Ashe, Ashe. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Oops. I don't know if you can hear me, Bayo. Thank you so much, Bayo, for representing the continent. I'm also from West Africa. I'm your neighbor from Ivory Coast and Guinea. Thank you so much. Belonging is in crisis, and how do we make each other belong, create sanctuary? Yeah. I think next we have Luke. Luke will be coming. So maybe in the meantime, I think Hasna, you wanted to ask about. I think while we're waiting for. So okay, so coming in 10 minutes. So in the meantime, I think Hasna, you had a question. What was your question? And I'm going to repeat it. Yes, yeah. Yeah, I was the one sharing it with you. Yes, she's here. So that was story of reconciliation in Rwanda post the genocide. And so yesterday we had a conversation as we're preparing for this last little tweaks, talking about justice. And what I was sharing is that post-genocide Rwanda, the entire country went through a process of truth and reconciliation. That's what happened also in South Africa. And it's just an extraordinary process that I've been also really fortunate to witness, because I moved to South Africa post-apartheid, and so been witness to the not so close, but from not so far, the reconciliation process in Rwanda. And the story I was sharing was one of a woman whose entire family had been murdered the most violent way by a young man. And this man was actually her neighbor, because this is what happened in Rwanda, is not overnight, but almost overnight. Neighbors turned against each other, and then in matters of months, million people died. So it was a very, very, and horrific internal war, family war, neighbors war. And through the truth and reconciliation process that happened in Rwanda, I don't want, it has a specific name which I don't want to mispronounce, but I think it's Kachasa or something, but it has its own name. And it's basically just using some of the traditional ways of reconciliation in villages, and that has been use to really address some of these crimes. Because what do you do when the entire country is involved? You know, are you going to put everyone in prison? What are you going to do? And this is also what happened in South Africa. So in cases like that, and I think it's valid for all cases, you know, the only way really out is through restorative justice. Otherwise, you're just going to perpetuate the trauma and the nation will never heal. And so there is a very specific process you go through, and one is, you know, naming the hurt, but also the acknowledgement of the trauma that is inflicting. You know, to take month and month, people hear one another and come and express. And some of the beautiful stories, and there are many beautiful stories, is this woman whose entire family had been killed by the neighbor. Through the truth and reconciliation process, this neighbor became her adopted son, because she was an elderly woman and she didn't have the strength, or she had no one anymore to plow her land, to help her. All her children had been killed by this man. And through the process of reconciliation, he basically decided, as I would say, a loving reparation, because reparation is part of a restorative justice, to support her, plow her land, and become her son, and basically become the relative, the family member that she didn't have anymore. And so when you hear the stories, and this is just one of them, and I would really encourage everyone to look into all the beautiful stories of restorative justice, you know that peace is possible no matter what. Sometimes we look at wars and what has been inflicted, and we're just thinking it is possible. And we need to feed ourselves with these stories of reconciliation. We need to feed ourselves with hope and know that it's possible. So if you look at the amount spent on news and just balance how much of this time is used to feed yourself with hopelessness versus how much of this time is used to fill yourself with hope. And you have to look for these hope stories. They're not going to come easy to you because, you know, this is not what sells media. This is not what activates people. But these stories exist. And I'll end with one last thing. So Gandhi founded this concept of satyagraha, which can be translated in the truth force or the soul force. And he was asked, how do you know that satyagraha works? I mean, some have translated it into nonviolence, but it's more than nonviolence, nonviolent resistance. And so people asked him as he was trialed, how do you know it works? And he simply responded, I know it works because we are still all here. There are more stories of love and truth and reconciliation than war. Otherwise, there would be no humans on the planet. And that was his answer. With that, I'm welcoming my brother Luke. Luke? Okay, I think Carlin, we can put Luke live. He's ready. Thank you. Luke was with us just a week ago in Bali. Not even a week. So welcome back home, virtually.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me okay?
I'm going to cut. Yeah.
Good morning from Asheville, North Carolina. I'm passing through. Deep sigh. I think this has been a long journey for a lot of folks that are on the ground at Dragon Tea House. Thank you, Swati and team and everybody for making this possible, bringing us together to be in connection about some real things that are happening on our planet and how we can orient and hold space for what's emerging. So I'm honored to be here today and to share my small piece into this bigger puzzle that we're all a part of as we sense make and reconcile and acknowledge what's unfolding. So the first thing that feels alive in my heart to share in regards to this has to do with the process of effective grieving. And regardless of the culture that you came up, if you came up in a modern world, unless you were raised in an indigenous culture or a village, most likely you weren't given the tools to effectively grieve. And when we numb or when we shut down our hearts or the natural current of grief, when we are sensitive or attuned to what's emerging, we shut off from our own life force and we shut off from our souls. And so I think it's really important that people take the space, take the time, whether one-on-one with a mentor or in community, to effectively grieve what's happening, those that really feel affected by it. Some of us don't feel as affected by it, but this is important, the process of authentic grieving. And when we grieve effectively, we make space for the soul to incarnate more into the body. And it's the energy of soul that's going to lead humanity forward into the remembrance of our unified nature. And so a lot of our modern distractions and coping mechanisms and numbing habits don't allow us to grieve. And when we open ourselves to grief like this in any context, whether it's the loss of a loved one or a catastrophe or what's emerging in Gaza, we actually give ourselves permission to grieve other things that are outdated as well within our own systems. So we open that floodgate for grieving to be possible. So I want to invite us into an exploration in empathy today, empathy for ourselves, empathy for our fellow humanity, in welcoming grief in a good way, and to take a moment to attune. I know it's been a long day for some of you, but I can invite you to go inward for a moment and welcome your ancestors of both your lineages, of your mother and father's side. And as we extend our hearts out to Gaza and to Russia and Ukraine and all the places of conflict in the world right now, seen and unseen, the inner wars that are being fought inside of people's hearts in every part of the world right now, different areas of conflict internally and externally, to take a moment to extend an energy of compassion and empathy down through your ancestral lines to any part, any ancestor, any part of your lineage that was displaced, that was uprooted suddenly due to conflict. To reach through your family lines to any ancestor, any part of your lineage that felt unsafe, that was thrusted into survival through famine, through war, through disease, through invasion. And if we go back through all of our ancestry, you will find a common thread of these themes for most of us. And let's just extend empathy and compassion and presence. And if natural grief emerges, allow it to emerge through your heart, through your energy system, through your beingness, to extend the light of consciousness to those ancestral parts that have been displaced, thrusted into deep unsafety. As we intend to end the tribal warfare that would divide our common humanity from each other, the othering, the shadow projection of the other. And we get to take self-responsibility for where this is stored within our own nervous systems through our ancestral trauma. Where have we been displaced? Where have we been oppressed? Where have we been moved into survival, into deep unsafety, and just extend light, extend compassion, extend empathy to that extension of your lineage, welcoming it to begin to move into the light as we as a collective are claiming a timeline where we have a right to exist, to have a right of place, and to be in right relations with the place that we are choosing to inhabit, to be in right relations with our water sources, with our food sources, with our fellow humanity, calling for healing, of templates of healing to the trauma of intertribal warfare through our ancestral lines, and to find the courage of heart to end the pattern of othering. Because if we really dig down deep and we were to strip away the national identities and strip away these identifications, I think we would find that on either side of this war, the feelings may be the same: unsafe, the desire to have home, the desire to provide safety for your family. So we can extend empathy for that without identifying with any political viewpoint, of just extending empathy in the same way that you just did for your own lineage, for any ancestor that was ever displaced, suddenly thrusted into survival, to extend that same empathy now from your own lineage, from your own heart, to the people in Gaza on both sides. Creating a through line of compassion, empathy, and holding a field of possibility that our earth can exist without the need for war, to resolve the shadow projections of the other, to end the templates of scarcity that would have us fight over resources, and to feel and to see and to imagine that new culture where resources are being shared, where peace is possible, where reconciliation is possible, where those that have inflicted harm can take self-responsibility, that can find the soul energetic of remorse, and those that have been harmed can find the soul energetic of forgiveness. These powerful soul qualities that we get to cultivate. And if you have safety in your world now, if you're in a place like Bali, if you're in a place in the world that has safety, emanate that safety towards Gaza. And with that safety comes privilege, the privilege to access where there was a loss of safety in your lineage. Because it hides in the unconscious bodies, layers of unsafety. And as we feel safer and safer to become heart-centered, soul-informed consciousness on this planet, we get to extend that wave of light to all those who are in separation, to all those who are suffering displacement, oppression, unsafety. For me, my activism feels like it most wants to be expressed through art. So I dug up a spoken word from the archives today to share for the first time publicly, called the Win-Win-Win. So I'm asking, what is the win-win-win? Who are the ones willing to transcend dogma, ideology, or limiting beliefs around the state of the world or your fellow man? That is not so lofty that we lose each other in connection. Those willing to find silver linings like silk threads weaving our shared values that we didn't give ourselves enough time to discover because we were too caught up making each other wrong. What is the undercurrent that makes us who we are, the light of our passions and inherent needs, what your soul dreams of? We've been told lies about ourselves and each other, about history and the world, have built walls to protect ourselves from invisible threats perceived, indoctrinated in a digital age created by those who would build castles above us all, the same ones that profit off of ammunition sold to both sides, templating self-imprisoned echo chambers like electric fences defending reality memed on social media. What will it take to collaborate effectively, to love deeper than we have ever loved before, to find with great courage the forgiveness necessary to trailblaze a new path for the collective, to muster curiosity instead of condemnation, to burn away the things that define us in relationship to making others wrong, and to be bold enough to turn the gaze inward to something so self-responsible that we are free ourselves of the need to make other at all. No more us versus them, Israel, Palestine, Russia, Ukraine, Democrat, Republican, and find the win-win-win. To be the ones who resolve the intertribal warfare, shadow projections dancing on the wall of creation, healing generations of trauma passed down that would try to crystallize our biases. They say the data is looking grim, but I will not stand as a feedback loop to reinforce a socially conditioned norm or concept of conflict and identity in order to validate a given perspective on reality. Divisive in nature, divided from our nature, because our nature is loving, is forgiving, is caring, is nurturing. Yet our collective planetary culture, not the culture of our ancestors, no, the culture that was given to us, would have us be so separate from each other's humanity, so individualistic, so ambitious, so oppositional, that we neglected the impact our choices had on life itself, on each other. That we would feel so justified condemning, shaming, blaming, despising character, assassinating, virtue signaling, underdog archetypes, victim, perpetrator, savior, cycles in rotation. Not seeing what part of the sacred wound that lives in our perceived opponents may still operate on some level within us. Justified toxicity, screaming at toxicity, spiritual ego pointing the finger at spiritual ego, over intellectualized thought forms justifying shaming when worldviews are not validated. I don't feel safe. Echoing. When did hate become normalized again? When did fear take a foothold in divine beings masquerading as humans? So ask questions. Instead of disagreeing and clashing in push-pull reaction, it's time to end the fight within and without and focus on being creators. My brother, my sister, I want to better understand how you think and feel. I want to have empathy for why you believe what you believe, even if I don't agree with what you believe, but I know I can relate to your feelings. And I know it's hard right now, so many lines in the sand being drawn, pick a side, pick a tribe, choose another place, holder, politician, fact policing each other. But the fact is, we need each other. So I'm here to be that walking pattern interruption, not here to conform as a way of avoiding rejection, nor to be a pawn in the greater game of separation. No, this is wholeness speaking, not holier than thou, flawed and scarred, just no longer in resistance to playing a part and taking a stand for love's informed choices to bring us home to the truth of our interconnectedness. Truths are often subjective, and life is a lot more nuanced than the mind would like to define. And science, for it to truly serve life, must include the living spirit that made matter matter. And understand this quantum nature of the universe includes the observer as a part of the experiment. So how you perceive and how you may be deceived can shape this dream known as our world. I'm of the faith that all the pretenders who are presenters will weed themselves out as transparency becomes as valued and as sacred as where we once placed on the dollar. When gender becomes celebrated in its unique and full expression, whether masculine or feminine, non-binary or politically correct, where diversity can be celebrated again. Because there will always be a war inside, as long as you make yourself a contender. A competitor creates loss in a game that was designed to create losers and winners, us versus them. So I'm asking, where's the win, win, win? Thank you guys so much. My name is Luke Cohen.
Luke. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Luke, for just said you did it again. You've been my brother for many years, but you never. Sorry, we're still.
Hold on, someone's talking over you.
Yeah.
Mamusa, can you mute yourself?
Okay, so good.
Thank you.
Yeah. Just saying, Luke, yeah, your words of wisdom, your prayers, always so deep and go, really go to those places, yeah, that we need to explore. So thank you so much for that. I don't know if
Pleasure.
Suzanne, you wanted to say something.
Just really grateful for your medicine and really tapping into the ancestral line. Deeply felt it. Your medicine man that you are, and brother that you are. We miss you, Mbali.
Honored to be part of this beautiful global tribe, walking each other home.
Come back to.
Aloha, family.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, and safe travels, Luke. We're already missing you here. Welcoming Mumu Fresh, Maimuna Youssef. Welcome. And yeah, we're just so happy to have you as our sister closing the circle of prayer. We've been praying for 8 hours now, so we're coming to the end.
Thank you.
Prayer for peace. So yeah, Mumu, you're on.
Thank you. I'm very, very honored to be here. My mother's here too with me, so we're gonna sing together. We have been meeting in the morning at 6 a.m. just to pray together and sing together for peace and to raise the vibration on the planet. So when I saw this, I was like, oh my God, this is perfect. I would love to share. So this is a piece that my mother created. It's called the Universal Prayer. And it is just praise to God in different languages, and just connecting us all with the oneness of ourselves, the oneness of God. And yeah, so here it is, Universal Prayer. You don't okay, Pete?
طلع البدر علينا من ثنيات الوداع وجب الشكر علينا مد طلع البدر علينا من ثنيات الوداع وجب الشكر علينا مد طلع البدر علينا من ثنيات الوداع وجب الشكر Hallelujah. 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 Shalom. 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 Oh. Peace will come. Don't despair. Cling to truth. Be away. Peace will come. Don't despair. Cling to truth. Be away. Peace will come. Don't despair. Cling to truth. Be away. Peace will come. Don't despair. Cling to truth. Be away. Peace will come. Don't despair. Cling to truth. Away. Peace will come. Don't despair. Oh, don't despair. Cling to truth. be away. Peace will come. These oh, don't despair. Clean, clean, be away. Peace will come. Don't despair. Don't despair. Peace will come. Don't to be away. Oh,
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Some of the part of this beautiful song we couldn't hear, but I thought that was such a wonderful practice. When we started this prayer journey, there's something with the song. Oh, okay. Oh, Mumu, you've started a movement here. Has not come. Please. Yeah, no, come. Yeah, don't despair. So, yep, you started a movement. Our sister here was just wanting to, yes. Yeah. Claim the truth. Be aware. Okay. I think. Sing together. I won't sound as good as you two, but peace will. I don't know if I can do the because you have the higher pitch. I don't have the higher pitch.
Peace will come. Don't despair. Cling to truth. Be aware.
All of us together with her. Come on. Lead us.
Peace will come. Don't despair. Cling to truth. Be aware. Peace will come. Don't despair. Cling to truth, be aware, peace will come, don't despair. Cling to truth, be aware. I wish I could hear it.
Those harmony, we could hear the harmonies. They sounded dope.
Things are true. Thank you, Mumu and
Thank
Mama.
you.
Mumu, you create a whole movement here. Everyone is singing. Thank
I
you.
love it. Thank
And
you.
how it
All
creates
right.
ripple effects. And
Yes.
yeah, here are
Yes.
sisters.
Thank you so much.
Before
Thank you
you
for
go,
having me.
wait. I actually I'm going to be naughty. So because we have a lot of singers here. So I'm going to ask one after the other before you leave, just to do the. Okay.
Peace will come, don't despair. Cling to truth, be aware. Peace will come, don't despair.
Need some water, excuse me.
Peace will come.
Don't despair, be aware. Peace will come, don't despair. It's always
Thank you. So you
Thank
see
you
all
so
your
much.
sisters here from all around
Yes.
the world. Eva is Indonesian and
Beautiful.
Netherlands.
I'm from the UK, Ishira.
Caribbean American.
Wonderful.
Sister.
Thank you all so much.
And we have our sister here from Iran. So all here. And Mama of Mumu. We thank you also. We're so glad you brought your mama to sing with us.
Yes, thank you.
Bless her in her health, and so
Thank
she can
you.
continue to
Amen.
sing with us.
Amen.
And we're
Thank
sending
you.
love. Thank you for
Thank
blessing us with your beautiful voice and this
Thank you.
peace.
Peace and love.
Thank you. We're going to end the prayer with the sacred flute and Kailash. So maybe anyone else who's sitting outside, we're going to call everyone in so we can gather the energies and really like send a blast of peace to the world. Okay, so yeah, so let's make a circle, everyone standing up. Everyone who's outside wants to join. Closing. Peace will come. Yeah, I have to hold until everyone is there and then I'll come. Yeah. Yep, we're good. Okay. Here we go.